free to thwart or otherwise limit the social range of integration of the minority group. But on the other hand, the elimination of legally enforced exclusion by reasons of race or ethnicity does in fact enhance the minority group's freedom and flexibility to develop the internal resources of its own political, economic, and cultural plurality. But what is the key is this. The Civil Rights Acts of 1964-65 outlawed the use of race as a basis for making decisions affecting individuals, not groups. It was an ill-conceived conclusion on the part of the civil rights leaders to expect that desegregation in the private and public sectors of an institutionalized economy would transform American society into a nation of desegregated hearts and minds. Let me put it this way. There are a lot of us who like to talk about this individualism. You know, people do what they want individually. And we are talking about individual freedom. And I ask you this question. If you believe so much in individuals and that individuals are so different and that individuals have different tastes and that individuals then will do their things in different ways, why is it that 180 million white individuals don't do business with you? Why is it that 8 million, 7 million Asian individuals free to act on their own individual impulses don't do business with you? You would think if they were so individually different, if they had such individually different tastes, they would interact with you and there would be true integration. But somehow these individuals seem to think pretty much alike when it comes to us as people. Every other group of individual peoples somehow seem to think alike in dealing with black folk. So it says then, you can have individual freedoms, but you can still act like an ethnic group and still use your ethnic identity as a basis for power. And therefore, gaining abstract individual rights in no way means that other people will not continue to act as groups and to use their group as a means of dominating other groups and moving other groups forward. But we forgot that lesson. And so now, as a result of the assimilationist leadership, we find ourselves with all of these abstract rights, and yet it is ashes in our mouths. And we have some other group here called neoconservatives, which I cannot discuss tonight. It really doesn't deserve the term leadership group at all, but it's getting great exposure because it is in line with the crypto-racist white conservatives. They are funded by the white conservatives. They are funded by the white foundations. We discussed in Blueprint for Black Power the power of foundations and of think tanks. You see, we have a dim view as black people of intellectuals. And I must tell you, nothing is more practical than an intellectual theory, ladies and gentlemen. Concepts are the most concrete means of power that you can find. Right. And somehow somebody has convinced us that thinking conceptually is a non-African mode of thought. Somebody comes telling us that we are a non-linear people, that we are spiritual and intuitive, and that thinking logically and thinking analytically and thinking conceptually is somehow the property of white folk. God gave you two sides to your doggone brain. And one brain in one side is for intuition, one side is for holistic thinking, one side is for spiritual thinking, yes. But you got another side. That's that left side that is the side of logic, that is the side that uses symbols, that is the side that uses analysis. God gave you two sides He gave you a logical side and an intuitive side. Don't let any joker tell you that your only role is to be intuitive and to be people who can only estimate and approximate. How can you look at the great pyramids of Egypt and the great mathematics and then turn around and say that you are only a spiritual and intuitive people? You've got to be crazy. Let me tell you, and this is one of the problems I want to talk about when I talk about nationalists. Be careful that in your effort to separate yourself from white folk, you don't wrap white stereotypes in kente cloth. Okay? And this is happening to a lot of us. The same stereotypes that these people have laid on us, that we can't think straight, we can't think logically, we are emotionally oriented, we are overrun by spiritualism and spiritism, that we like to guess, that we don't know the real and true answer. This is the same game that whites been laying on us. Then we get some guys who want to come in and says, this is naturally African, and now we feel all right about it. Get out of here. We got some people telling us, you know, that we are an oral people, and we are an oral people. But they want to make us think that oral communications is the only means by which we as African people should communicate with one another. You got to be out of your mind in a day and age of electronic communications and computers and so forth to lean on an antiquated methods of oral presentation. There is no way I can deliver here in this oral presentation the kind of information that can be delivered in a book. And therefore, you must become a book-reading people. You must become a people who can analyze words. You must become a people with a vast vocabulary. You must become a people who can process the highest words and the most difficult words rapidly, because these are the people who are opposing you and who intend to bring your life to an end. Be careful. Let me tell you quickly what these institutions will do for you. You think they're just collections of intellectuals thinking, right? Forget it. Let's look at what the Ford Foundation did here when they decided to transform the nature of social science and the way social science research was done. And they decided they would recreate the whole nature of scientific research, social science research in the universities. They created what they call a foreign area fellowship program. And they financed it. They granted over $23 million to researchers. You see, the elite doesn't play around. When they want to change the nature of things, they fund those things. They build institutions and think tanks and the whole bit. And we lay all of this out in Blueprint for Black Power. That's why you got to have think tanks. That's why you got to have a whole set of institutions. You see, that's why your goal must be, as our goal is in the African world, info systems, to write all of the books that are being read in the Black Studies programs. That's what you got to do. As this next generation of black students move through the universities, there's got to be your nationalistic books and your nationalistic perspectives and your African-centered perspectives that they study from. They must crowd out any other point of view in the university. It must be African-centered professors educated in African-centered institutions that sit as the chairpersons of the departments. That's why I tell people I'm not writing for the current generation, I'm writing for the next one. So when those students move through the Black Studies programs and the other studies programs, and they read Black on Black Violence, Awakening the Natural Genius of Black Children, the falsification of African consciousness, understanding Black adolescent male power, violence, Blueprint for Black Power, educating black children for the 21st century, they will have a conceptual orientation toward the world such that they will now move in the interest of African people and not against that interest. But if you're not publishing, if you're not putting the textbooks out, if you're not educating the professors, if you're not putting your people in the departments, if you're not making your teachers, if you're not placing them in the schools, then you cannot transform the opinions and orientations of your upcoming generations. And a people who have real power do these things, ladies and gentlemen. You must understand that. Now, these people decided then, now let's look at the statistics as a result of their funding this foreign area fellowship program. Statistics will demonstrate just how successful this program has been in strengthening American higher education. Strengthening. Of the 984 former fellows, you know, they call them fellows, you know, after you in postgraduate training, or you're a fellow at the Brookings Institute, or you're a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, you know, something like that. You sit there and you do research and you do postdoctoral work. And we talk about how this is done, how ultimately let me show you how these people end up. Okay? So they graduated 984. 550 hold faculty positions in 181 colleges and universities in 38 states. This is how you do it. Some 29 universities employed 5 or more fellows. 10 universities have employed 10 or more. In addition to academic and teaching careers, 82 former fellows are now in government service. You put your people in policy positions. 38 are now in philanthropic or nonprofit organizations, so they can tell the NAACP and the black conservatives what to do. 45 are in business or professions. Many former fellows have added to our knowledge of the non-Western world through the publications of the results of research. African-centered education is much larger than the teaching of African history and culture. Much larger. You must have a world knowledge and a knowledge of the world. You must have European experts as a part of your African-centered institutions. You must get to know intimately the cultures of other people and know their psychologies. You must get to know the real history of the world, for history is the best psychology text of all because it demonstrates the nature of human behavior, not the psychology books. Must understand that. I had one young man who's so happy he's at NYU. He said, oh, I'm learning so much, and I'm so happy. I'm in this class in economics. You know, I said, well, now, why are you in that class? And they're doing all these circles and curves and, you know, cost and all these kind of figures, which Negroes think are magic signs for making money. You see, so they think if they learn all this voodoo, that they're going to come out and be like the white folk. But remind that professor that the American economy is not ultimately based on the management skills of American management. It's not based on the organization of American corporations. What ultimately is it based on? Upon the murdering of Indians and the stealing of their lands. So that the economic course essentially is a course in how the booty is going to be divided among American people. That's right. When you look at the real world, you know that people establish themselves economically first by taking over economic resources and viable resources. That's it. You study your own history. How did the Empire of Mali come into being? How did Ghana come into being? How did Songhai come into being? Struggles over what? Gold and salt, and who won, and over trade routes and other things. And people went to war and took those things from one and another. And those who gained control over them then built empires and nations and so forth as a basis of that. Not just studying economics 101 and business administration. But you got to learn real history. You got to learn a history that goes beyond just the celebration of African heroes and the celebration of African culture. You got to learn how it's really done in the world. So these people now, many former fellows have added to our knowledge of the non-Western world through the publications of the results of research. Altogether, they have published some 373 books, over 3,000 articles and short monographs. Moreover, they have edited or contributed to another 516 volumes. This is how you change minds. What is going on with Henry Louis Gates? What is going on with Cornel West? Who says that black leaders, serious black leaders, must be race transcending? You know, The hell you going to be a serious black leader and be race transcending? You know? But that's the dilemma of the assimilationists. They want race and not race at the same time. They want to organize black people based on blackness so that they can get rid of blackness. They want to use your black interests, your black feelings, and your black identity to advance their program so they can tell you later that blackness does not matter, that color has nothing to do with it. We are better off when we don't even refer to it.
Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the true biblical land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the three together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks.
And the purpose and design of our organization is to arm us for this enormous warfare that we've been engaged in. One of our great leaders and scholars, our founding president, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, has written a book, Intellectual Warfare, in which he summarized some of his great writings. You are in the midst of a struggle for the African mind, the African heart, and the African spirit. And that battle can only be won if we make an uncommitted and undying commitment to be as African as we can, to move on a path of Africanness that will allow us to strengthen ourselves. Knowledge is power, so clearly African knowledge is African empowerment. But we're not alone on this planet. There are others on the planet who have systemized the destruction of African peoples. And so our war is not a war that's going to happen in a day. It's a war that's part of our eternal struggle to restore Africanness. And that eternal struggle to restore Africanness is on what I refer to and my partners in this warfare describe as a victorious African path. If you want to hang on to Negro-ness, the victory is questionable. If you want to think that you're a black, white man or woman, you've already defeated yourself. But if you tap into Africanness, the victory is at hand.
Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. wonderful, of course, as always. We definitely giving thanks. The Mawe Haile Selassie is exalted. Give thanks to the Father and Mother of creation. And of course, I'm very joyful that you are with us. I'm honored that you're in our presence. I'm honored that I'm in your presence. Yeah, we can sit down together, sup together, and take this thing to another level as we always do. And you know, as always, we have a special program for you. An interesting twist this evening, but I'll get to that in a moment. But for sure, give thanks for coming in. Of course, you know, this is the Tiger's Nest. For those who do not know, this is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, tonight, and tomorrow night. Yes, definitely at the hour of 7 p.m. sharp, Eastern Caribbean time, Eastern Standard Time. At this time, this is Radio Anu, the international flavor. This is Radio Anu, the universal spice. And this is where we come and spice you up and let you know what's going on. Hey, listen, after the program this evening, I'm going to have a wonderful sit down with a brother by the name of Theo Chambers. Yes, and we'll be talking about theoism. We're going to be talking about multiverse and multi-universes and the Akashic records and things of that sort. So we definitely going to be talking about the universe within you. I think that was one of the books that the brother had penned, and it's going to be a deep flow. That will be right after the Tiger's Nest. So for sure, you got to keep close. That will be on the YouTube platform, by the way. So make sure you're close to that. And I expect that to be a serious discussion, as we'll be going into metaphysics and the understanding of who God really is, you know. And I know previous night we had a good reasoning, a discussion with Brother Rastafari. How many of you were on that? Yes, so I'm not going to say this is somewhat of a continuation of that discussion. This may have a totally different flair, but we are continuing the vibes of understanding divinity and understanding, you know, the God within us, as we call it, the God just for a lack of a better term. We have better terms, you know, but for conversation's sake, the God that is within you. So we intend to have a good, joyous sit down and a good meditation. Looking forward to having that one this evening. Now, today is the 1st of June. And, you know, astrologically, you know, we had a good astrological talk last night, previous evening, and I'm happy that we could find someone that could get it straight, at least as it relates to this situation here. Now, of course, we're talking about the 1st of June now as we're speaking. And as I said, astrologically, many ones would consider that they're in the time of the sign of Gemini, which of course the sun is creeping towards Gemini, or will begin its creep towards Gemini, maybe around the 8th of June or so, as it begins to come out of the Taurus. It's still in Taurus up to now. Yeah, I'm talking the sun now, not the moon. Sun is still in Taurus up to now, but nothing wrong. That's the natural flair of it. So we're thankful and looking forward to that. So as I said, we are in June. And I did a program a few days ago highlighting that June is what they call Pride Month. And let me just tell you now, I'm going to be talking about that tonight. So I'm going to tell you now, if you think you don't want to hear it, I ain't got a problem. I know how you feel. But for me, in my book, some of us, we sleep on this too much, especially those of us who live in the cesspool and send our children to the schools where this is taught. Yeah. So we may just, I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about some metaphysics. You're going to get metaphysics. I already told you what's going to happen when this program is done. You understand? But you see, what you're trying to hide from, what you're ducking from, I know you want to hear Dr. Ben speak. You want to hear Brother Henry Clark and all of the good knowledge. You just heard some of Leonard Jeffries. We might get a touch of that before we continue, before we go into the depths. But you got to reason about what is happening in front of you. This is for the children, yeah. This is for the young ones. Bring them forward. Let them hear this discussion tonight. Yeah, man, don't be afraid. They ain't gonna have no night. Let them hear this reasoning tonight. You know, you never know, because of the friends they keep and the places they go there. And of course, sometimes it has to do with our lack of teaching them and grooming them correctly. They may be picking up some funny ideas. They may be picking up some funny ideas out there because the world has been set in a way to make evil look like it's good. Read your scriptures. Evil is seen to be fair-seeing. So it's all right to do wrong. It's okay to do the worst things that anybody could do. I mean, there are things that are worse than lying and stealing and killing, man. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can kill in righteousness. And, hey, that's how you know the difference. You can kill in righteousness. The same God and Moses that tell you not to kill, them is some top killers. In fact, when Moses came down with the commandments in his hand, he was still smoking from the lightning that licked the tablets. He was ready to kill a couple thousand people for worshiping a statue of a cow, golden cow. Well, they never said cow, they said calf. Could have been a bull. So when we meditate this now, you know, there are things worse than killing. There are things worse than stealing and lying. There have been cases where ones have stolen things and have saved people's lives. If they didn't take it up, maybe hundreds would have died innocently. Yeah. There are cases where individuals have told less than the truth. You want to say they lied? Okay, call it that. They lied. But they so-called lied in righteousness' sake. Genuine lies to save somebody's life. So they have things that I would never encourage nobody to do. I'm not here to, I'm not encouraging nobody to kill nobody. I'm not encouraging nobody to go and tell no lie. Neither am I encouraging anybody to go and steal. Because yes, we know these things are wrong. But they have certain circumstances that they have been done. And you could look at this justifiably and say, yeah, righteousness, killing, even lying, propaganda during war. You fight in war and you send out some sheets like the emperor did and tell people, yeah, I'll be coming around the mountain. When I come, and they be looking for you coming around the mountain, and you going down through the valley. Because what you did, you led them down the wrong path. True propaganda. You may say it's a lie. Some people, of course, those of us who are very dogmatic and religious, we never gonna say that it's a lie to King Tell, but it was less than the actual facts. Yeah, I know. We did something else. Yeah. So the things that thou shalt not do, man, thou shalt not. You're not supposed to. But there's circumstances, very few circumstances too, that you could do it. Not could, but when you do it to save life and to save limb and to save souls, of course we have to understand that. Yeah, man. Homosexuality and being a sodomite, there's no situation you can pull up for that where that is justified. It's like a man steal bread to feed his family. There's no case and point you can give me where two fellas wrap up in a bed to save anybody. You see a man tell a lie to a killer that come to take out his mother, and he say, yeah, man, mommy is still in the hospital. All the time, mommy in the closet. Let's go to the hospital quick before she gets away. Yeah, it's a lie you tell them, but you save your mother's life. There's no way you can show me that sodomites are justified in any way for doing that nasty thing that they do. You know what I'm saying? So it's something different. You can't have it in the same boat as quote unquote regular sin. Even in the Bible, there's certain things that are considered an abomination. That's one of them things. And eating pig too. Eating pig is an abomination. An abomination. That's worse than a sin. As if there's no forgiveness for that one there. That's the way it sounds. I'm just showing you. So in my book, this is nothing to play with because it's getting worse. It's getting worse. All the news agencies today, go and check them out, from Fox to NBC, all of them have something to say about the beginning of Pride Month. And they say it with a smile. That's how I know all of them is faggots. Oh, sorry. They're all gay. You know. From your skinning and grinning, talking about that stuff, we gotta question you too. Even though you say you're so-called straight. Going straight to hell, you mean? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, family, we're gonna touch a bit about that, eh? And it's all about keeping the psychological, sanity of our children intact. Because if you're not on them, if you are not on your children concerning this, it's quite possible that they can go astray with this foolishness here. You just turn your back for a while and say, oh, it's all right, give them to the school, let the school teach them for a couple of years when they come back to you. Marcus become Martha and all sorts of funny things. So you gotta be on it. So we getting there tonight. Yeah, you're definitely listening to the voice of one of our elders, Leonard Jeffries.
Why is it at hand?
Why is it at hand?
Because there's an explosion of information.
And other things.
That has allowed us to empower ourselves in ways that were not conceivable years ago. For me and the other scholars I've worked with over these years, we're in what I call the Great Awakening. The period at which this knowledge is coming together, exploding in fact, in front of us. And we're now trying to systematize it and allow it to be part of our renewal, our renovation. This is key and crucial for us to understand that this knowledge has to be systematized so that we can control what we saw here on this stage today. Control of the African socialization process from before the womb till after the tomb. If we don't continually work with these youngsters day and night, they'll be lost to us. The system of domination, destruction, and death that we have been doing battle with.
You hear that? The system of destruction and death and damnation that we have been doing battle with. Some of us don't see that. Nah, man, everything is okay. Some of us don't see that. Once you can get a Happy Meal and some crispy chicken, you think the world is okay. Some of us don't see that. But here the esteemed elder is showing us, hey, it's battle. We're at war. I always say, all of us are in the war, but very few of us are at war. Very few of us are at war. But all of us, nobody is exempt here. All of us are in the war. On the battlefield, sleeping. Wow.
Control of the African socialization process from before the womb till after the tomb.
From before the womb till after the tomb. Not from the womb to the tomb, So before conception. So you could see it's a whole strategic process wherein you have to make sure you edify the family, edify the mother, edify the father. It's just edification down the line, edify generations to come. So when the child is conceived in a healthy womb. She's already in an environment, or he is already in an environment where physically they're getting the best nutrients to grow in the womb, because mother and father were eating and living a upful life prior to their conception. Then the conception, then the growth. But now, even on a spiritual level, the knowledge that the mother has, because the womb is the mind too. The womb is the mind and the womb is the womb. We know that. Okay. Where great ideas are born. All right. Should give them time to mature and then you spit them out. Good. So it's the same way, family, that the intelligence of the mother, the knowledge, the mother that knows herself, it will trickle down to the youth. So the youth will be born already there, ready to go. And keep in mind that most youths are born ready to go, no matter who the parents were or how the parents were living. Even if the mother was a chain smoker and an alcoholic, the child is still born with a certain energy, a certain spirit, that it needs a few injections and at least a year in kindergarten and some baby formula and a few other things to make sure we squeeze out the Holy Spirit out of the child. And once it doesn't have, you don't have a mother or father that will help to put it back in, well, of course, you're as good as dead. It may not take you until you're about 23, 24, 30 something to catch yourself and realize that, hey, something around here. Christopher Columbus didn't discover America. Now you see that? You see how long it take you to figure that out? 30 something years. And that's just the beginning of an extremely long journey. When you realize that, oh, you believe God is really white? Okay, you have woken up. Give thanks. But you wake up when you're done primary school, you're done high school, you're out of college, and you've been to university, and you're already on your third job, and you just realize that God cannot be a white man. This is what the brother is speaking about here. From before the womb till after the tomb. That's the next level now. When you become an ancestor. What did you do around here? What kind of frequency and energy are you bringing into Zion? Because obviously when the spirit separates from the physical, according to Brother Phil Valentine, I think the spirit weighs about 21 grams. You need to ask Phil Valentine about that. 21 grams. He says that every time somebody passes, they weigh 21 grams less. Yeah, that's the spirit coming from them, according to good Dr. Phil Valentine, that is, Dr. Phil Valentine, not the other fellow. Reverend Phil Valentine, metaphysician, not TV talk show host. All right. And that is to show you that there's a mystic going on here. So even when you become an ancestor, there's a frequency that comes off of you. The life you live, the energy that you carry would have a lot to do with the frequency of the spirit. So that is the case here, from before the womb till after the tomb.
Control what we saw here on this stage today. Control of the African socialization process from before the womb till after the tomb. If we don't continually work with these youngsters day and night, they'll be lost to us. The system of domination, destruction, and death that we have been doing battle with is night and day planning the control, the manipulation, and the subjugation of African peoples. And so education is key.
Very much so.
Education is key.
without a doubt.
But the question is, do you want an education of dependency or an education of liberation? An education that enhances the Africanness or an education that denies it and marginalizes it or wipes it out completely? So Philadelphia is to be congratulated. Let's give Philadelphia a hand, another hand, for having taken this bold step.
Well, give thanks Philadelphia for taking that small step, and I'm sure it's a big step in its own right. Yeah, we're gonna get forward to some of the great our great scholar there. I'm talking about one Leonard Jeffries, the esteemed elder amongst us. So as I said, we're going to go into the subject area this evening. We're going to be talking about, you know, what they consider as Pride Month. Yeah, I'm going there. If you just tuned in and you heard that, I know some people, oh, come on, I don't want to talk about that. Well, I'm not going to go over all what I said a while ago. But trust me, you should stay tuned. Yeah. All right. Before we go there,
when the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me.
and of course, we definitely give thanks, continually give thanks for your presence with us. You're definitely in tune to the Tiger's Nest, as you could obviously hear, you could obviously see as well. Again, Honorable Priest Isaac here with you, blessing all of those who may just be coming in. As I said, as soon as I seal this one, I'm going to be having a wonderful sit down with a good brother by the name of Theo Chambers. Yes, Theo Chambers will be coming into the Tiger's Chambers to see if he can, you know, teach us a thing or two about the multiverse, multi-universes. Yeah, it's going to be an upful one. And about the Akashic records. It's going to be a breath of fresh air after we done with this slaughter here. Trust me. So everything is well aligned. So we won't be going to bed tonight with that being the last thing we talk about. I mean, what we're going to talk about now. Yeah. And I think it's necessary, family, for us to get into this. Listen, before I even started, I don't really want to talk about this as much as you don't want to hear about this. But in my book, this is oh so necessary. You have to keep in mind that my mind space is different than maybe yourself. I am thinking about, I don't just think about my children. Most people, that's where they are. And we're very selfish in ourselves. That's why I hear people, some of my brethren, I hear them say these things. Well, once my little child, okay, and they call their name, just assume the name is, I'm just going to pick names, Solomon and Peter. Well, once Solomon and Peter, okay, I'm okay. No, man, that ain't good enough. Of course, when you bring people into the world, in all due respect, that is your responsibility more so than the next person, and even they themselves should look to you more than the next person to be responsible for them. But that doesn't take away your natural responsibility for your people. So even though you are in the lion pride, hear that, the lion pride, this lion have pride. Lion don't do them things there. Even if you're in the lion pride, lions check for each other, at least those in the same pride. Elephants check for each other, at least those in the same elephant herd. Even the wildebeest and buffaloes check for each other. Even sometimes they look like they're running scared from the lion, then they just hold breaks and all of them surround the little one. Check the what you call the buffalo that live in the snow with all the hair? Muskox? What you call them big buffalo in the snow? Yes, them. What can I say there? Muskox. When you trouble them, all of them surround the little baby calf. You try to get between them. You try to get between them. Some dumb wolf. Some lone wolf all by themselves trying to charge through them, those mighty, how many tons these animals weigh. They might just crush him and stamp him on the feet and bury him in the ice. So that's how we are supposed to think. I'm not telling you to stop on the road and give every child you see $5. I mean, when are you going to reach where you're going? It's not that simple, But yet still, you're supposed to have an idea, a realization that, hey, all of these children that I'm looking at, they're mine. Even if you don't know their name, whatever you do in life should be for their benefit. That's why we love country. That's why we love community. That's why we love nation. That's why people should, not should vote, but that should be the idea when people vote for governments. I'm not backing their system at all, believe me. I'm not bigging up the Westminster system and the democratic system. That's what it means. So if the word means the devil government, you upset with me highlighting that? Because people get vexed when I say that, but democracy means the governments of the devil. What you talking about? The word demos, that's where it came from. Demos, democratic, devil, government. That's really the root of it. Oh, well, that don't mean a thing. You got to vote. You have to vote. If you don't vote, you don't have a say. Slap that fella. You understand? Them is wickedness. So because I don't partake and get my hand stained with no bloody ink, I ain't got a say. I understand. You see how treacherous we are to each other. You understand? A real thing in this democratic vibration that they're pulling on us. So we live in a system, family, that like it or not, it has an agenda. And I know many of us, we can, we try to go around it and, it doesn't concern us. But this thing is right at our doors. Even I myself, in the earlys, I would just shun it away, burn a little fire and keep walking. But not now. Because as I said, yes, I have already drilled in the heads of my youths what's going on. My children spit on them things. You can't come and try to talk none of them foolishness to them. The same way I react is the same way they're going to react. But how many children react like that? Some of us will tell our children, who we call kids, we'll tell our kids, that's the sure way we are. Well, just leave them alone. Or something. I'm not telling you to go and pelt them with stones. I'm not telling no one to go and trouble anyone. But you cannot have the mentality like, okay, just leave them alone. Leave them alone, but don't leave them alone in your mind. I'm not troubling nobody, me personally. But you see, like I do in this program, it's obvious that I'm not leaving them alone. Yeah, I'm not, because they're not alone. They're bringing all of us into the foolishness. Have you calling he's, she's, as if them is God. What do you mean? What do you mean what I mean? You have a fella that dress up like a woman and the whole society force you to call him or her. Just suppose he wake up tomorrow and say, listen, I changed my mind. I changed my mind. I'm still gay, but I want to be, I want to be a man. I don't want to be, I'm going to stop wearing, because that's how they move. So he stopped wearing dress and he stopped wearing makeup and he take off the wig and he just moves like a queer fella. He wears so-called men clothes, but you can still see he's a little sweet. But he prefers to be called a he now. So we got to change back and call him a he. Wow. You can't see something wrong with that. Hear this.
New this morning, San Joaquin Delta College will recognize Pride Month this in June for the first time in the college's history.
And it's going to be flying the flag on campus starting today. KCRA 3's Leticia Ordaz live in Stockton now with more on that milestone.
Let's hear this again.
Jared Aranteo, good morning. So many people are excited about this historic move here at the college campus.
New this morning, San Joaquin Delta College will recognize Pride Month. New this morning, San Joaquin Delta College.
San Joaquin County College. San Joaquin County College will be raising a flag for Pride Month. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? What school do your children go to? The children to them same schools that rose the flag today representing Pride Month. You don't know that. The children don't come home and tell you that.
New this morning, San Joaquin Delta College will recognize Pride Month this in June for the first time in the college's history.
And it's going to be flying the flag on campus starting today. KCRA 3's Leticia Ordaz live in Stockton now with more on that milestone.
Jared Aranteo, good morning. So many people are excited about this historic move.
No, hear this. Just listen to the whole energy behind this. The two reporters, news anchors, or whatever they are, just in glee. And then this reporter coming in here, oh, everybody's so excited. It just seems like it's okay. It's all, it's just all right. So what am I supposed to think now? These three people here, the two news anchors and the reporter, whatever, two reporters and the news anchor, however it goes, three of them, am I to believe that they're not gay too? Now, technically, they may not be, but just the way that they're acting, to me, them is what you call voluntary gay people. Or what's it when you are honorary homosexuals? You may not be wrapping up with the same type in bed, but just be grinning and skinning and, oh, everybody here is so full of pride today. And I'm supporting them. I'm not gay myself, but I'm supporting, yo, honorary homosexual. You are a volunteer sodomite. Let's get this good, family.
New this morning, San Joaquin Delta College will recognize Pride Month this in June for the first time in the college's history.
And it's going to be flying the flag on campus starting today. KCRA 3's Leticia Ordaz live in Stockton now with more on that milestone.
Jared and Teo, good morning. So many people are excited about this historic move here at the college campus. You see the American flag hanging here. Well, a little bit later, the pride flag is going to be joining it. Students and faculty say it shows that they matter and that it's okay for them to be themselves. A few months back, a few professors formed the Delta College Pride Coalition and put together a resolution to celebrate the LGBTQ plus community.
A few professors came together, you know what I mean, and set this thing up that the school would be in a position to celebrate Pride Month when it comes around. Hear what the thing says, no man. We welcome all races. You see what they do? They go put race in that. Because this is civil rights, eh? You didn't know that. We welcome all races, all religions, all countries of origin, all sexual orientations. That one in the middle of the alls. All genders. I mean all genders. How much, what do you mean all genders? How much genders they have? It's 2 genders. All genders. Like you were like, wow. All ethnicities, all abilities, everyone. The main thing there is the middle point. All sexual orientations. A school, children. You see where the thing is? You see where it starts? You see where the nucleus of this is? They're gone, as Dr. Jeffries was saying there, from before the womb. That's how they think. They ain't got no liberty after the tomb. In fact, they born from the womb to the tomb one time. They're living in the tomb. That's sick. This is sick nastiness. This is evil. I do not play with this. But you see, we're listening to this and it just sounds so nice and simple. And the professors today, you know, and they sign this and they sign that, and we welcome everybody and rah, rah, rah. And they make it sound so pathetically nice.
And be joining it. Students and faculty say it shows that they matter and that it's okay for them to be themselves.
They matter and it's okay for them to be themselves. What kind of world is this? Just meditate on this madness.
A few months back, a few professors formed the Delta College Pride Coalition and put together a resolution to celebrate the LGBTQ plus community. They want to let everyone know the campus is a safe space for everyone. Delta's Board of Trustees approved the plan, declaring the month of June as Pride Month, and those advocating for change say this move is not only symbolic, it will save lives.
The flag is a symbol. It says that a place that these students occupy for a certain part of the day cares about them and recognizes them.
I have worked with countless queer students, and they have inspired me beyond belief. Their strength, their resiliency, many of them have experienced things that haven't been so great on campus, and they keep coming back and they keep fighting. And so for us, this is our tribute to all of the people that have been fighting, and for all the students that are coming in the future, that we see you, we're here for you, we're a community, we're a family.
And the flag raising ceremony will take place at noon today, go until 1 p.m. The place to be is the Del Rico building. This is the student center parking lot here, and everyone is invited to attend. Reporting live at Delta College in Stockton, Leticia Ordaz, KCRA 3 News.
Now, what I'm saying is that I'm sure you recall just a month or so ago when they were saying that, hey, in Florida, they wanted to pass the bill so that they could, ease off, just ease up, not stop, ease up of teaching children about queer gender identity. That's all the people that were saying. Give them until third grade. Anything after third grade, we will start to indoctrinate them. Yeah, just give them a little chance, let them get off the breast milk. No, these fellas don't give breast milk. Let them get off the baby formula, but it's running out. We're getting some from Russia and or wherever it's coming from. Where is it coming from? Oh, Europe. All right. Very vague, very, very vague stuff, Europe. Yeah. Okay, good. Do you know schools were shut down? These children locked down the schools because they were not standing for you refusing to teach little children that they can be sodomite and they could be homosexuals and they could become nasty at such a young age. Like because you take that out of the curriculum. So you're not telling young boys, it's okay if you want to wear a dress. Or little girls, it's okay if you want to wear basketball clothes and just be a man. And it's okay. Be yourself. Them places have some real restrictions against children who come conscious. You think if you go to them people's school and you wear certain clothes that may look like a Taliban, they gonna want you around there? So you cannot dress like that, but you can come to school as a young boy. In a ballerina skirt and some Pippi Longstocking socks with the rainbow color, and it's okay. And nobody's supposed to bully you. Hear what this weird teacher was saying a moment ago. Oh, and I have so much, pride in these children. Some of them, they've received some bad treatment and they just keep coming back. Yeah. Real pests. These pests, you call them things there. Pests, like a little mouse that just keep running away and coming back. You get eggs in your face. The fellas hold you in the class and beat you till your nose bleed. You know, get the point? You're coming back, and coming back as gay as ever. And coming back, and you're coming like a real civil rights business, you're coming to take the blows today. It's all right, I'll take the blows. The brothers will realize that I'm not going to change, and maybe one day they will accept me for who I am. But what I'm saying, we live in a society that promotes this. Nobody come out of the womb acting so, even with all the funny food they give us and the synthetic hormones that they pump into the food, even vegetables too, and the synthetic estrogen, giving a lot of females hormonal problems, giving a lot of females imbalanced hormones. Yeah, that will create cysts and fibroids and certain levels of tumors in their own womb because of hormonal imbalance and other things, of course, stress, etc., etc. Food that has brothers growing breasts. Yeah, but even though all of that is a part of the plot, I'm telling you, the worst aspect of it is the manipulation through education and through the media. Because why I mentioned that about a month ago, students rose up and locked down schools because they wanted to pass a bill to stop them from teaching sodomite vibration to young children. So these schools now, where they're rising the gay flag, where is the outrage? Where is the protest? What, the media is hiding it? Okay, but them schools ain't locking down. How many schools locked down today? Because students and parents were not having no gay pride flag raising ceremony in the school that their children go to. How many? How many schools locked down today? Boycotting the foolishness, talking about Gay Pride Month. How many? But you just whisper, hey, we're gonna stop teaching little babies how to be sodomites until they start to walk. Then the teenagers, all the young girls and young boys, all your future generations, you know, all the pretty young children in their t-shirt and their jeans, yeah, and all their pretty makeup, and what a beautiful generation. They rise up and tell you, you can't do that. And they lock down the schools. And even if you did it, because I think they passed the bill, the point is that you could see you have something on your hand. These same children, maybe if it's, we're talking like 2 years down the line, they would start a riot and burn your city down just because you want to stop teaching faggot vibes in school. So where are the children now that have the same energy standing up for righteousness and standing against this gay propaganda that they're pushing? Not a drum was heard. No, nothing. I don't hear nobody standing up. No picket sign, nothing. We have lost our children, Rasta. That's what I'm trying to show you. I mean, you can find things that are lost. So all is not lost, quote unquote, as it says. But I know for sure the fact that you can say that you're going to stop teaching children how to be sodomites and schools can lock down because the teenagers protest. And now you can come and say, hey, we rise in the gay flag and everybody is happy and for it. That shows you where we are. And most of you don't see that. Because when I said I was going to talk about this tonight, I am sure some of you said, oh, come on, I don't want to hear about no homosexuality. As if I want to hear about it. As if I want to talk about it. No, but you need to hear it. Because when I look out the window, and I don't necessarily mean out my window here, I'm just speaking figuratively. When I look out the window, it don't seem like nothing going on outside. We're all happy with this. All of you are happy with this. You're happy with it, Raz? Man, if I never hear you say that. I never hear you say anything. Well, I all the time, and well, you're not saying it loud enough. You hear me, isn't it? You hear me, right? Okay, so you hear me. Well, priest, everybody don't hear you. Let's not talk about everybody. You hear me. You don't know who hear me. You hearing me. I don't hear you. So you're comfortable. I'm very serious, Rasta. We don't see how dangerous this is. We think this is something we can just leave and leave it to chance. You think it's just little queer people thinking that they get? This is something that has been set in motion by people that have the resources to do it. It's billionaires behind of this, multi-billionaires behind of this. That's why it spread so far and wide. Even black children, you know how much black children into this nastiness. That's not their nature. That is not their nature. If you are a Caucasian or of European descent, you don't have to be offended. But I'm talking about an African nature. A European nature, that may be something else. And if that's your nature and you can fight that off, enough respect to you. But I'm telling you, it's not the African nature to do them kind of nonsense. Not the African nature. We were the ones that said, I have never laid down with the someone of the same gender. That's what we said. The laws of Ma'at, I don't think they actually said that on it, but for sure, that's what we would say. I never. That one's so bad, we don't even have to tell you we never. I've never lied. I've never stolen. I've never robbed. What about this one? I've never sodomized. Huh? You don't have to say that. Come on, man. That goes without saying. That goes without saying, but not today. This is a tsunami that is now over covering us and drowning us. And we just are right with it. I already tell you, if you work in a newspaper organization and you're writing a story about a transgender, you better put the right gender. Or pardon me, you better put the wrong gender, or else you might get fired. Bill, come in here. I'm reading your report from last night. You called the drag queen. You called her him. Boss, I used to go to school with him. I know him. It's a him. We don't do that here. You refer to him as a her. Boss, I can't do that. Well, you're fired. Well, that's all right. And while you out the door, call him. Come here, Leroy. I heard that the transgender, well, she's still gay. Well, he changed back to he now. He's still gay, but he decided to take off the dress and wear a suit, but he's still gay. So you can call him he now. Go ahead. You got your job back. That's the world we live in now. It may sound like a puppet show to you. It may sound like I'm making mockery of it, but that's where we are right now. Man, any one of them faggots can decide to change their mind tomorrow. You just have to run behind their skirt like some little puppy and call them what they want. That's why I say if they are God. That's why I'm asking, are they God? That they can tell you today I'm a he and tomorrow I'm a she. You can do that. You can do that. Go and walk into any governmental office in your straight self. Go to the passport office. Go and renew your driver's license in your straight self and tell them you're a she if you're a man. They would look at you and wonder what's wrong with you. They would say, sir, we don't do that here. I mean, if you put on a dress and come and put on some lipsticks and try your best to look like a woman and put in some weave, spend some money, then we give you the benefit of being a she. But that's what's going on in the world. I'm not making it up. That's what's going on in the world. Any little boy can dress up tomorrow and change their identity right away. I've never seen that written in any legislation. Who passed that rule? Which parliament passed that? It's almost like they want to arrest you for not doing that. Yo, this thing's sick, eh? Now, hear this one now. To me, it gets worse. I'm sure you know about Brittany Griner. Another sick story. Another sick story.
After the program, I flew to their home in Phoenix. And
I know, Rob, I'm going to turn now to your interview with Brittany Griner's wife.
Yes, yesterday after the program, I flew to their home in Phoenix. and her wife has been detained in Russia since mid-February, and she has been praying for her safe return and has been pretty quiet until now, trying to avoid possibly making the situation worse or jeopardize Brittany's safety. But after the U.S. reclassified Brittany as wrongfully detained, that changed things.
I'm sure many of you know who the basketball player is, Brittany Griner, a lesbian. So she was born a she. And if you study her career, you know, what stands out about her now, one of the things with her, it is said that, I don't know if it's somehow, I don't know what she would have done to herself. I don't be following up them people here. Or I don't know if it's just a natural hormone imbalance. Well, in a sense, that's not even natural, but let's just say from birth. Because it is a person, I'm sure a lot of you watch her on basketball, and if you hear her speak, I mean, in reality, there's a lot about her features that she could pass for a man, you know, and it doesn't take away anything from her beauty, because I consider her a very beautiful woman. But she still kind of have a man look. I mean, they're beautiful brothers too. I mean, I'm not in no queerness with you people too. You know? I know I have some people like, oh, what are you saying there? Women, they don't have beauty. What's wrong with us? Yo, the Almighty made beautiful people. I'm a man, I see beautiful brothers all the time. Beautiful. So yeah, man, that's a beautiful brother. If you only pull up his pants and you know, and walk a little better than that. So it's the same way you can see a beautiful woman, you can see a beautiful man. You don't have to be ashamed. That's what being free and being yourself is all about. So not because you're with your wife, you're afraid to tell your wife, hey, that's a beautiful woman. I know enough of you can do that. Bet you can. Enough of you cannot do that. You can't even look at the next woman while you're with your wife. That's madness. You're crazy. Something wrong with that? Stupidness. Well, you shouldn't look at nobody. You see, but you see, them is European thinking. Them is European thinking. You can be with your wife and you can look at the next brother and turn your head while he's passing down the road. Nobody said nothing. But you have to watch the next woman through the corner of your eye because your wife watching you to see if you're watching her. Them is slavery. What, we live in a zoo? Come on, foolishness, Ras. This is what I'm telling you. You don't know how sick we are. You know? This system we live in, right, have us so timid and afraid of ourselves, who we really are. Who we really are. So I'm just telling you about her now. I don't know if she took hormone injections. I don't know. I really don't. You may know. I haven't done that much research. I just know who she is. But if she hasn't, you know, in all respect, it would appear as if she does have a lot more male hormones. Maybe not a lot more, but definitely it is obvious. It is obvious when you see her, and not just her height, I mean, but a lot, flat chest and all of these different things. So I don't know what's going on there. Something in nature freaked out. And yeah, I really can't say. But I know she's a woman. And she has the parts of a woman. Again, I will say it one more time before I go into the story. I don't know what's going on in the hormones. But I ain't making no excuse for nobody. She's a sensible person. She knows how to take a alley-oop. She knows how to pass the ball and look the other way and all of that. So she's sensible. Know how to win championships. So she is sensible. She just want to keep up what she keeping up.
I know, Rob, I'm going to turn now to your interview with Brittany Griner's wife.
Yes, yesterday after the program, I flew to their home in Phoenix, and her wife has been detained in Russia since mid-February, and she has been praying for her safe return and has been pretty quiet until now, trying to avoid possibly making the situation worse or jeopardize Brittany's safety. But after the U.S. reclassified Brittany as wrongfully detained, that changed things, and so Sherelle Griner decided to speak about it now.
No, I did not.
first week, I laid on this couch and cried my eyeballs out. I was numb. I couldn't move. And then I said, you got to get up now.
This morning, the wife of Brittany Griner, Sherelle,
This one is specifically just me and BG.
opening up for the first time on the WNBA All-Stars detainment in Russia and the fight to bring her home. How did you first hear the news, and what was your initial reaction?
So I first heard the news through Brittany, actually. She started texting me around 2 a.m. that morning. Babe, 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 wake up. They have me in this room. I don't know what's going on. And so I instantly text back, who are they and what room? And she's like, the customs people, they just grabbed me when I was going through and they have me in this room. She sent me a message and said, they're about to take my phone. Don't text anymore. So I'm like, just call me when you can, you know? And so that was it.
How long did it take for you to have communication with her again after that?
We're, 96 days? And the phone call never came.
But you have been able to communicate through letters?
Sporadically, you know, here and there. I'm grateful for even that.
On February 17th, video released by Russian authorities appears to show Griner going through airport security near Moscow, an employee removing a package from the 31-year-old athlete's bag. Russian state media reporting vape cartridges containing hashish oil were found, an offense punishable by up to 10 years in prison. I know that you want to speak with President Biden.
Absolutely. I just keep hearing that he has the power. She's a political pawn, so if they're holding her because they want you to do something, then I want you to do it.
And I know that Secretary Blinken has reached out to you and has communicated to you that top priority. Do you feel that's the case?
I don't know. I was grateful for the call. You say she's top priority, but I want to see it. And I feel like to see it would be me seeing BG on U.S. soil. At this point, I
No. The reason why I'm highlighting this here, I know that's the only personal thing there, but this ain't personal. This is public. This is news. The other night they had some campaign of how to bring her home to the United States of America. That's it I'm talking about. So she's arrested in Russia, and her wife. You know, I'm not even speaking of the situation. I'm just showing you the principle. I'm not talking about her in jail and all of that. I'm just showing you the principle of all of this. This is something we're sitting down listening to the wife of another woman. What is that? That spoils the mind of your child. That mashes up the mind of your child. When you hear that, that's an alert. You got to call your family together and say, hey, we are watching hell TV. Eh? We are watching all them reporters satanic with their nice talk. Man, I wouldn't trust them people there. Yo, hey, listen, man. That's why a person like me, I don't like to go to so-called sleep around nobody. Ask anybody that knows me. Ask anyone that knows me. Anyone. I've been around. Eh? Ask anyone that know me. Unless it's my children. Trust me. Ask anyone throughout the ages that knows me. And then when I say I've been around, of course, even from the days when we used to go camping as scouts. And as a big man, my mom Rastafari, Bobo Shandy, camp life we live too. You know what I mean? Lecture internationally, me and brethren travel, lecture together, and we move as a team, stay in guest houses. I don't go to sleep. When I go to rest, everybody resting, and when I wake up, everybody's still resting. It's just me. That's just inside of me. That's how I think. So unless you're my little children, unless you are my companion as my wife, I can't just be eyes shut and you just there. I don't know, it's just me. Not that nobody can do me anything, but that's me. So when I listen to people like these people talk, anybody that talk, all these news anchors, because they don't just read the news, you know, they read it with feeling. Yes, I flew down there. I flew down there and to visit her. It was such a somber moment. And hear that. It was such a somber moment. You should be turning up your nose to walk into that stinking house. I mean that from my heart. I don't care how much Mr. Clean you use. If that's the house of sodomites, it's a stinking house. I could imagine how that would smell on a regular day. Ugh. No, I'm serious. You see, that's your problem. You want to deal with this like if it's icing on a cake. Do you know what homosexuality is? What is it? Explain it to me. When one man love another man, not can go so. What are you talking about? Nothing can go so. Homosexuality ain't got nothing to do with love. It's a sexual act and it's not even sex. Because sex is between two genders. That's why they call them sexes. That's why it's the battle of the sexes. Two people of the same gender, there's no sexual intercourse there. I don't know what you're doing. You're fondling and playing around, but there's not sex. No. I'm going to be very graphic here. So if a man take his penis and shove it in your nose, is that sex? Oh, please, no, listen, don't be playing. You can lock off your radio if you feel it. This is what I'm saying. Y'all too soft. Y'all soft. To me, anybody that troubling me for this speech, you're coming like my enemy. You see the nasty world we live in. You see the nasty world we live in, and I'm giving you an example to shake you up, and you have a problem with how I talking. I ask if a man take his phallic and shove it up somebody's nose, if that is sex. It's not exactly. So shoving it up the anus of somebody, whether it's a male or female, that is not sexual intercourse. I don't know what it is, but it's not sexual intercourse. And then the term sex is like God too, you know, it's a bastardized word. We just use it, but sex is just like six. Sex is six, eh? Just the other evening, we were talking about the mark of the beast, the 666. We like to more prefer to call it coming together. Because when the man plugs into the woman, you become a four-legged animal. You become one. 2 heads and 4 arms. You're actually a new creature. That's why there's a level of pleasure in it. There's a level of euphoria and you know, accomplishment. And then life is formed through that intercourse. That's a beautiful thing. But this nasty thing there and parting butt cheeks and all of that, that's sick. You ain't got no way around that. If you don't want to hear me talk about it, you should be vomiting at the world you live in. You're going to lock me off and you can't shut them down? Here it is here.
Brittany Yvette Griner was born in Houston, Texas on October 18th, 1990. As she grew older,
October 18th, 1990. October 18th.
Brittany stood out physically. She says that starting in 6th grade, she was bullied regularly.
Always bigger, deeper voice, flat chest, big feet. And I remember...
That's her speaking, eh? You hear the voice, that's her speaking. But of course, you know, well, now she would be like 31 or so. So her speaking here would have been, I think before she went to the prison there. So she would have been 26 or 27, maybe thereabouts.
I forgot the girl's name, but she came up to me and she was with her friend. She was like, look, she's not a girl. And she like literally like grabbed my chest and like patted me like that. I was like, look, no titties. And I was so embarrassed. Definitely had suicide thoughts.
Hear that?
I cut myself a couple of times.
All of that.
Just little slits I had on my wrists, little slits that I had on my arms that are covered up now with tattoos.
So the tattoos cover her slits. So she tried to kill herself a couple of times. Now we supposed to feel sad about that. Oh, my foot. That's a part of the whole societal brainwashing propaganda. You think they care about who slit wrists? You care about who slit the wrist. The people them that engineer this don't care about no slitting and no wrist. They bring the slitting of the wrist thing into the eyes of the children so that they can slit their wrist when they go to school and get bullied. These people wicked, you know. They don't care about nobody. They want you to slit your wrist so they can continue the campaign. Man, you have this thing. Bullying is a campaign. You know. Bullying is an agenda. Bullying is an agenda. They make up the bully thing and make it look like you are the worst person if you're bullying somebody. Because bullying, the bullying agenda is to defend little children that are queer. So the moment you go and say, hey, Rob, come here, man. Man, Rob, you got to stop moving like a sissy. You know? You're a bully. All of a sudden, you're a bully. You can go to the principal office for that. For trying to straighten your brother out. For trying to straighten your brother out. You're a bully now. All of that is a part of the propaganda now. So when you bully him, he's going to go home and slit his wrist with a razor. And he's going to do a video and put it on Facebook before he kills himself. And tell you why he's killing himself. And everybody's going to cry. And then the president is going to come out and say, we need to bring an end to this. Children have a right to choose their identity. And bullying must stop. I'm going to carry a bill to the Congress next Thursday. And I'm asking the senators to pass it. That's how we reach this far. And Mr. what's his name? 360 Anderson Cooper, Don Lemon, them is real gay guys in the news industry. A decade plus ago, they were pushing that, especially Anderson Cooper. Every night he have some little boy, some little gay person that killed himself, and he was like the face of this. This is the Anderson Cooper. He would have town halls promoting homosexuality and bringing up pictures of little boys and girls that slit their wrists. What I'm saying about the slit wrists, when I was young, if a person wanted to kill themselves and that wasn't so popular at all. Slitting their wrist wasn't an option. Nobody knew about that. Who taught you to slit your wrist? This is my point. Who taught you to slit your wrists? This has to do with the media. It has to do with entertainment. All of that is a part of the plot. I know I have a harsh outlook on this, but somebody have to be strong. Everybody can't be ice cream with this and turn the other way and look the other way and pretend we don't see it. Somebody have to come out and bonfire on it. And do it strategically too, because the band Buju Banton song, Boom Bye Bye in a Batty Boy Head. That's what the song name. Pardon the language, but that's what it named. And some of you too sensitive. You're too sensitive. That's what the song name and that's what the song sing. Man, I have a more redder one than that. Long time and I hear that. That's from Top Cat. That's a bad song. That song there, oh, that sounds sweet. Now one say, shut the sodomite. That's sodomite. I just don't want to repeat the same thing again, but ain't sodomite you say. But I'm just gonna say sodomite. Shut the sodomite. If you know say sodomite, them for dead. Yeah, man. That's a beautiful song. Beautiful song. And I ain't gonna tell it to do nobody anything. I'm not, because let me be clear here, because I wouldn't. So I don't know why I would tell you to. I would never. That's not where the war is. I would never get up and go and harm nobody over that. Because that's not where the war is. I can tell you that. But I love the songs. Yeah, man, I love the songs. And if somebody gonna do that, I ain't vexed with them. Straight up. Why you gonna be vexed with them for? You know how much people get killed every day? Somebody get killed right now While I talking to you, people getting murdered. You feel a way about it? I bet. Do you feel a way about it? You're gonna pop some popcorn and eat later. Do you feel a way about it? So they grab some fella that pretend he's some woman, face full of makeup and wearing dress, and they give him a good beating in the park. He's still alive, but they give him a good beating. And you want me to be sorry about that and candlelight vigil and them foolishness there. You know how much people these killers have starving in Africa? Why we don't have candlelight vigil for them little children there? Them is the people we're supposed to be sorry for. Not one little queer person gonna take my attention because some brothers catch him and put a good whipping on him and tell him check himself and leave him there. I ain't feel like he should check himself. He should check himself. You want me to come pity-patty with you with that foolishness? Not me. If it's one thing, America ain't got me in that. No way. I don't know how many of us that they have caught up. And they do. They have some of us. Some of our best minds are caught up in this homosexuality. You may not be lying again with the same gender, but you're passive on it. You're passive on it. When we meet these people, somehow we get softer to them, and we have to let them know, well, listen, Carl, you know I love you. I may not love your ways, but I love you. Why you have to tell him that? You didn't tell the straight person you love them. All night you're talking and I hear you tell somebody you love them, but when the homosexuals step up now and start to challenge you, you have to tell them you love them first. I'm not saying you're not to love them. But what forced you to say that to them and you didn't say it to the straight? The system, Rasta. The system. That's why when I talk about it, I refrain. I try my best to refrain myself from saying I love anybody. Hey, listen, man, them is my people here. And what else would you have for your people but love? But I ain't gonna say that in the discussion because everybody else have turned soft and turned punky on this and afraid to address it. So when we rise to the occasion, we don't have no time to bring the lollipop and, you know, all of that stuff, the candies to the party. We bring in the flamethrowers. So my main thing, family, is for you to check your young ones. Make sure that their mind is well in tune with the reality of the world. Let them understand there is nothing nice about this. Let them know this is from the pit of hell. There's hardly anything on this planet that's worse than homosexuality. Homosexuality up there with abortion and them things there. You don't see how these people fight for abortion. You don't see how they're crying in the street because states legislate that abortion is illegal. People crying. A heap of white women crying. What kind of sickness is that? What are you crying for? Them man say that abortion is illegal unless except in the case of rape and incest, and when the mother's life is in jeopardy. What else you want more than that? What else you want more than that? I'm totally against abortion. Now, if you were to say, but brother, but suppose the woman gets raped. Okay, well, let's have a discussion. Let's have a discussion. I understand where you're coming from there. Incest and when the mother is in her life is in jeopardy. I understand those three things. All right, put that aside. What else you have to say now? You still pushing abortion, crying? That's nastiness too. That means you just want to live. It's most homosexuals pushing this, you know. They just want to live this nasty life, this sick life, pretending to be women but flinging the sperm all over the place. That's what it is. And then killing babies every night and every day. Every week you're going to the doctor to kill a next baby. You don't see you're sick. That's why I tell you, make your children listen to this. Maybe you don't talk to them like that, but they got to know the reality of this. This freaky queer basketball player here, she had a fiance, not the one that was talking a while ago. And she and the fiance got into some serious fight. I think somebody pulled a gun and they end up in jail together. 27 days after, it's 27 days after? Well, not too long after, they got married. I think it's 27 days after, she found out that the next she was pregnant. She, the basketball player, found out that her wife, because it seems like they all take her name, Griner. Interesting name to me, Griner. Yeah. But it seems like, her wife was pregnant with twins. Now grinding can't do that. You understand? And plastic toys cannot do that. So how did that happen? He divorced her. And even after the divorce, he still, she still had to pay, you can imagine, I say we have a mix-up. She still had to pay the child stuff. What do you call it there? Child responsibility stuff. What do you call the thing when you pay for children? The thing then, you can see I'm not in that world at all. What do you call it? No. When you have a child and you have to carry money to the court every month to make sure the mother gets the money and all of that stuff. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about, people. So she had to pay that, or still pay that, because she's the husband. Some weird. That's to show you how screwy the law is. That's to show you how screwy the situation is. So you marry this woman as a woman. Two women married. One of the women gets pregnant. Because women does get married and have children, either by fertilization, insertion, whatever they call the stuff. When they put the sperm inside it, you get some frozen sperm from Alexander the Great or one of these killers and just put it inside of you. They do these things. So it's your babies now. Both the wife and the wife have babies, or the husband and the husband adopt children. So they have laws around this. So the basketball player's wife, let's call her wives of, what was that show name? Basketball Wives. I have a show named Basketball Wives, eh? Right. So the basketball wife now, she get pregnant with two basketballs. And the basketball player know that he didn't make that three-pointer shot, or she didn't make that three-pointer shot. You see, you gotta forgive me now. It's only natural for me. My brain has been wired for several decades. So when I'm talking about a marriage, when we speak, we don't think. We just naturally speak. Well, we think, but not, we don't have to think of every word. Like, what's the next word? Okay. Next word. I am. Next word. Coming. Next word. Home. Right. Next word. No, we don't think so. We just talk. You understand? We just speak. So my brain is wired. So if I'm talking about a marriage, I'm going to say he, she. It's going to take a lot of practice for me to say she and she, and she and she, and he and he. It's going to take a lot of practice. So you got to bear with me. Give me a while to get it straight. That ain't straight. That's as bad as it can get. Straight my foot. Sickness. That's to show you how sick it is. And you want your little children to conform to this? No, man. Teach your children that this is nastiness. Make them listen to these programs. Sit down and watch the news with them. Watch it. Tell them, come, let me show you this. And watch it. And then when it's done, say, let me explain this to you. And let them know how the devil has his hand and her hands in our lives. force it. This stuff is creeping in on us, you know. You think it's there already. It's creeping in. Pride Month. Look at all these people just gone. Sick. When you see them marching with all their purple hair and black people with locks and just looking so freaky. Ugh. I could imagine if you arrest them all and have them in one cell, what would be happening when you turn the lights out? Sick people, lustful people, just craving for pleasure, talking about married. Them kind of people can marry to one another. That makes sense to you? You don't see the fella, the basketball queen, her wife get pregnant in 27 days, man. These people ain't got no morality. There's the fact that you are a faggot, there is no morality there. Well, you tell me two homosexuals can be talking about, I trust you. I trust you. You believe that? You believe that? As anti-man as he is, you don't think he want to taste a woman every now and again? Give me a break, yo. With the nastiness, family. Guard your young ones. That's what I say. Guard the youths. Take it from I. Guard them. Put it in them. Don't make it sound nice. No ice cream talk with them when it comes to this. This is an agenda, and it's extremely sick and extremely nasty. Yeah. Should just lose all the tigers on them. Life give and keep of life. Yeah. Yes, family, give thanks for your presence, no man, and just reminding you for sure. Remember, the time is now to contact us. Make sure you contact us and secure your space for what? Well, what I'm talking about. Now we have so many things going on. You must be saying, what are you talking about now? Space for what? The Tiger's Temple? Well, that too, but that's not what I'm talking about. Wow. Oh, yes, the homeschool program, because when you order the homeschool program, you get a free t-shirt. Yeah, but that ain't what I'm talking about neither. What else is he talking about? I'm talking about the summer solstice. Yeah, the person on the couch got it right. I'm talking about the summer solstice. Yes, you on the red couch. Yes, in the blue t-shirt. I can see you. Yes, the summer solstice for sure. Make sure that you're here June the 17th. Yeah, the 17th of June, just 2 days from June 19th, which is Juneteenth. Hey, we're going up on Greencastle Hill on Juneteenth. That will be the Sunday, Juneteenth, as it's called. I think we did a program 2 years ago on Juneteenth. I don't think we did last year. We might touch upon it this year, but whatever the case, yeah, Juneteenth, you might have to big up Juneteenth because it may come Pride-teenth anytime now. Yeah, what a thing is this? That's why I did the program on Gemini, showing you how they turned Gemini from a proper marriage of a male and a female to two little boys. The other day, a transgender, just to show you how sick they are, they put a fella acting like a woman in a prison with about 800 women, and he gets one of them pregnant. Explain that to us. Anyway, family, as I said, make sure you contact us. You've done no email, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and get the itinerary, get the full lineup. Make sure you're a part of the summer solstice experience. If you are not coming, well, make sure you are joining us virtually. But I want you to come and be with us personally. But if you're not being with us personally, make sure you're with us virtually. Very good. And the virtual is only $100, family, for you to get the double hike and the wonderful lecture and of course the cannabis tour. All of that will be in the virtual edition. Not every single thing, but the highlights in the virtual edition. But I mean, it's better you come and spend some time, bring your family, you know what I mean? No dogs, no queer people allowed. Yeah, I mean that. Yo, what, you might be losing money. Losing what? No queer people allowed. Yeah. I am positive that we've had queer people on our hikes. I'm just telling you, I'm just saying that in a sense. But for me alone, no queer people. But you see, that's the world we live in. You go and fly on a plane. Do you know the status of the pilot? More than likely, I mean, especially if you're a frequent flyer, the person you're sitting next to, the stewardess, the person flying the plane, the taxi driver, the Uber driver, the train conductor, you know what I mean? The man that come and fix your kitchen sink. The world is so sick now, you don't know who is who. And I'm not telling you to walk with some kind of tester to test who is who. Just guard your grill and all is well. Yeah. So contact us, family. Looking forward to your presence this year's summer solstice experience. And yes, you're correct. Make sure you join us in the Tigers Temple. And I'm talking about in about a couple of days, Sunday, in the Tigers Temple. Give thanks, family. Life giver and the keeper of life continually. As I always say, it really takes some realize the real eyes that are amongst us. And as I always say as well, there are many, 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 many lions than some. But for sure, there is only one tiger's nest. Yeah. Where's the saxophone man? Oh, there he is. Brother, you gotta be on cue, man. You pay for good money here. Blessed love, family. Good dance. Yeah. Rastafari. Hey, let's not waste any time. Bring in Brother Jeffrey.
But Philadelphia is taking this bold step because the thrust that we made forward in the 50s and the 60s, certainly, and into the 70s, was pushed back by the reaction of the system of domination, destruction, and death in the 80s and the 90s. So that's why we have to come forth again with that same force that we had in the 60s that allowed us to step forth and demand what we need. I was proud to be a part of the student at City College. I was a professor, but to be a part of the students at City College that demanded in 1969 in New York that they open up the system to our people. And not only that, admit them, but admit them from the poorest of the schools, because the educational system had been structured into two tiers: a success tier of elite schools and a failing tier for the general population. And our children were left out of the success pattern. We realized that, students studied it, and they demanded that the university open up. And they did. They demanded that they put in place advisors and counselors to help them. They did. They demanded that they put remedial processes in place so they can make up for inadequacies. They did. They demanded that they set up faculty and schools and departments that dealt with the experience of African peoples, Asian peoples, Latin American peoples, and they did. And as a result, when I was at City College in 1969, teaching in the political science, 60 students, they would represent almost 20% of the full-time black student population at the college. Within a few years, there were thousands of blacks in the college. Within a few years, we were able to structure the largest black studies program in the world. 80 courses on the books, 50 to 60 taught every year. Larger than political science, history, economics, anthropology, sociology. 22 faculty members, 15 of them tenured or permanent employment. 3 visiting professors. At one time, John Jackson was a visiting professor. Dr. Akinjobi from Nigeria was a visiting professor. And Bill Revere from the Caribbean was a visiting professor. It's unheard of for that to happen. It was only done because of the power of our people demanding access to the educational system. If you lose this ability to demand, you will not receive what you're supposed to. Power is the ability to define reality and have other people respond to your definition as if it were their own. And
Douglass's life sort of stands across the expanse of the 19th century as a symbol of the worst and the best in the American character. He was the slave who saw most of the worst brutalities of slavery. He was the slave, however, who freed himself and by luck, pluck, and gifts remade himself. Most importantly, he had an enormous ability to capture in words the meaning of what America is about.
I have no accurate knowledge of my age, never having seen any authentic record containing it. By far the larger part of the slaves know as little of their ages as horses know of theirs, and it is the wish of most masters within my knowledge to keep their slaves thus ignorant. I do not remember to have ever met a slave who could tell of his birthday. Frederick Douglass, 1845.
It was along the eastern shore of Maryland near a quiet creek called the Tuckahoe that the life of the man who would inspire a nation began.
Frederick Douglass was born in Talbot County on Maryland's eastern shore. He wasn't certain of his birth himself. In fact, he thought that he had been born in 1817.
But slave records tell of the birth of Frederick Augustus to a slave named Harriet in February 1818.
He knew who his mother was, although she was a distant figure in his life. She lived on another plantation. He never really knew who his father was, although he came to believe that his father was definitely a white man and probably his master.
Raised by his grandmother at the far end of the plantation, the tiny boy named Frederick led a carefree, playful life along the muddy shores of the Tuckahoe until he was 6.
At about age 6, Douglass found that his childhood had come to an abrupt end. He was assigned to act as the companion and caretaker of the child of the owner of the plantation. And as a result, he could get in trouble for things that he either had done or had failed to do. And so it became immediately apparent that he was no longer a child, but was a slave and was part of that institution of slavery.
Blessed Love family, great news from the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We are now enrolling new students for our ongoing international homeschool program. Yes, family, now is the time to contact us to get more information on our African heritage classes as well as our astronomy classes. Let me explain. Our classes are factually and scientifically based, plus designed and prepared for the inquisitive yet tender mind of the child. Classes are sent out daily via the email and will appear in your inbox every Monday to Thursday. Your young ones will receive over 140 classes in a 10-month period. That's an academic year. Interactive, colorful. Your children will love it, and you will be happy that you made that investment in them. But listen to this. We have a very special offer for you, family. This 10-month homeschool program usually goes for $50 per month. But for a limited time, you will pay only $30 per month. And hear this, not $300, but $200 for the full academic year if you decide to take the full year package. This is a worthy investment in your young ones. To enroll today, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com for more information. Also, feel free to ask us for a sample, a free sample of our classes. Once again, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Blessed. Blessed love, my family. It is time to step into the tiger's nest. Join me every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Tiger's Nest. Right here on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Hosted by the Honorable Priest Isaac. Blessed. You're listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice.
the Fifth Estate.
Good evening. I'm Eric Malling. 9 Canadians who were the unwitting victims of CIA brainwashing experiments are suing the United States government. But so far, the Canadian government has done nothing to help them.
If I were in charge of a government to whom 9 citizens that we are suing for have been brainwashed without their knowing, have had their lives impaired, and have it done by a foreign agency, undercover without the government of Canada knowing it, I would find a way to help those people instead of hindering them.
4 years ago, there were some startling revelations about the activities of the CIA in Canada. The American Intelligence Agency had paid for a series of brainwashing experiments under a project codenamed MK Ultra. The tests were conducted in secret in the United States and in Canada at a mental hospital attached to McGill University. Experimental drugs, including LSD, were administered to human guinea pigs. The patients were never told that their treatment was part of a CIA experiment. 9 Canadians are now suing the U.S. government for $1 million apiece. They charge that their lives were disrupted forever as a result of the brainwashing. Despite the fact that the CIA operated secretly in Canada to fund these medical experiments on Canadian citizens, the federal government in Ottawa has joined hands with the government in Washington to hold back vital information which might at last reveal all the sordid details.
In Winnipeg, Val Orlico spends a lot of time tending her plants. It's one of the few hobbies she has left. She used to devour books and write long letters. Now she can't concentrate on a book for more than a single page, and writing a letter is beyond her. She's on medication 24 hours a day. If she wasn't married to David Orlico, an NDP member of Parliament, she might never have learned the full story of what happened to her.
I better get out the tomatoes and the green pepper and...
In 1956, suffering from depression after childbirth, Mrs. Orlico was referred by her Winnipeg doctor to a top psychiatrist in Montreal. Unknowingly, she was about to become part of a cruel CIA experiment, codenamed MK Ultra. In Langley, Virginia, outside of Washington, stands the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency, protected by walls of secrecy as high as the trees. Stored inside computers like this one is what's left of the CIA files on the MK Ultra project. Convinced the Soviets and Chinese had perfected brainwashing during the Korean War, the agency sought to perfect its own techniques, both to protect its agents and to use as a weapon.
Who did you meet with in the safe house?
The CIA man overseeing the project was John Gittinger.
There was continued pressure put upon anybody within the agency in connection with trying to explain or understand brainwashing. So we were charged with rather an elaborate attempt to try to find out chemical, psychological, any kind of means that people could use to influence the behavior of the people.
In Montreal, on the side of the mountain overlooking the city, stands an ancestral home bearing a name worthy of an Edgar Allan Poe horror tale, Ravens Crag. Donated to McGill, Ravens Crag became the Allen Memorial Institute for the Treatment of Mental Illness. Here the CIA channeled money for MK Ultra, Subproject 68, which became a real-life horror tale. The project chief in Montreal was Dr. Ewan Cameron, world-renowned chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at McGill and director of the Allen Memorial Institute.
The CIA secretly funded the medical experiments through a front in New York City called, of all things, the Society for the Protection of Human Ecology. Documents show that the agency had been impressed with earlier work done at McGill in sensory deprivation, work that was useful in designing sophisticated torture techniques later on. But at the time, brainwashing looked even more promising, and Dr. Cameron was the perfect one to carry out the work. An American citizen with a world-class reputation,
operating outside of the United States. Dr. Cameron certainly had the credentials. At various times, president of the Canadian, the American, and even the World Psychiatric Association.
These are the days and hours are the occasions.
In an address to colleagues from around the world, Cameron showed that he certainly knew the potential of the human mind, for good and bad.
And it is his mind, no less, which may destroy mankind.
Val Orlico came to the Allen for her postpartum depression.
Everybody in the hospital was very much in awe of Dr. Cameron, and he strode the halls like a giant. And people would say, oh, there but for God goes God. And to me, I thought, how could he possibly ever take me for a patient? Who am I? I mean, this great man who's done all these marvelous things. And boy, I better work hard, and I better do everything that he tells me to do. And, you know, I don't want to lose this opportunity to get well.
Like Mrs. Orlico, Mrs. Janine Huard of Montreal came to Dr. Cameron depressed after childbirth. The depression was made worse by a hearing problem that coincided with the birth of her child. She, too, was in awe of Dr. Cameron.
He was a very, very impressive man. And I was told he was the best doctor in North America, so he would look at you a few minutes, ask you a few questions, and then proceed with the treatments.
But I never saw him once in all the times that I saw him that I wasn't afraid. Every time I went down to his office, I would shake with fear. And every time I'd see him coming down the hall, I'd shake with fear. But I adored him.
Dr. Elliot Emanuel knew Cameron.
He was an authoritarian, ruthless, power-hungry, nervous, tense, angry man. Not very nice.
At Ravenscraig, Dr. Cameron went further with drugs and electric shock treatments than any of the U.S. researchers in the MK Ultra project dared. His aim was to wipe the mind clean. Then he would implant new messages by forcing the patient to listen to a hypnotic repetition as many as 250,000 times. This was called psychic driving. Most of the drugs used in the program were experimental, and some dangerous. There was the tranquilizer Artane, a paralysis-inducing anectine, and curare, which pygmies tipped their arrows with to paralyze victims. Bulbocapnan, another experimental tranquilizer, and lysergic acid diethylmide, the hallucinogen LSD. In her room at Ravenscraig, Mrs. Orlico waited for her first treatment.
Well, I saw a tray with hypodermic, with a needle, a syringe, and the card on it had my name, so I looked a little more closely, and it was lysergic acid diethylamide. And my husband was a druggist, and I knew a lot of drugs, but I'd never heard of that one. And so I phoned a friend, and who was a psychiatric nurse, and I said, do you know what it is? And she said, I never heard of it. But she had a friend who was a psychiatrist, so she phoned her friend, and she called me back, and she said, he said that this stuff causes poisonous psychosis. She said he said not to take it. Well, I thought, you know, he's a very Freudian psychiatrist and doesn't believe in any medication of any kind. And after all, here's Dr. Cameron. I mean, he's the big doctor, and he's, you know, he's known all over the world, and he wouldn't do anything that would harm me, etc. And so I took the injection, but I didn't like it. And it really did create a poisonous psychosis.
LSD, with all its frightening mental images, was scarcely known at the time. But the CIA secretly brought some in from Switzerland, where it had just been developed.
The room became very distorted, and I thought my bones were all melting. And I I just wanted to scream that I wanted to get out of there. And I saw the squirrels outside, and I thought, they're not the squirrels, I'm the squirrel. I'm in this cage, and I can't get out. And I started to throw myself from side to side in the room. And I couldn't write. They had given me a pencil and paper and asked me to write down, but I couldn't write. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't focus. I don't know. It was like some kind of funny hell I'd fallen into, and I couldn't get out. And I don't know how long that went on. It was just a terrible nightmare. And I just felt that my life was threatened. I could never go back to what I'd been.
Robert Logie of Vancouver was 18 when he came to the Allen complaining of trembling and severe leg pains, diagnosed as psychosomatic. Like Mrs. Orlico and Mrs. Huard, he had no inkling he was to be part of a CIA experiment.
The LSD was very horrifying, and they gave it to me for about 12 or 15 times. One minute I would see the doctor there, the next minute I wouldn't see him there, and they were asking me all kinds of questions, and I remember them telling me that I was getting smaller and smaller, and I really felt myself getting smaller. And they were bringing me back in time, way back, you know. At one point, I almost felt like I was just about to be born, really, that far back in memory. And they were really, really probing, asking all kinds of questions, and I felt I didn't have any control. I had to answer. I didn't feel I had any control. I was completely, like they had complete control over me.
Mrs. Huard, like the others, was forced to pay for the so-called treatment, massive electric shocks, and all the drugs.
They would give me as much as 40 pills a day. And I would ask the nurse, what is that? They would say it's a new drug, and they only name it by a number.
What did all those drugs do to you? How did they make you
Well,
feel?
I was very, very strong, well-powered. So these drugs kind of desensitize me. They would lower my reactions. They would lower my resistance.
As well as the experimental drugs and massive electric shock treatments, Mrs. Huard was subjected to psychic driving. Hypnotic-like messages were repeated over and over to a sleeping patient, sometimes for as long as 16 hours in a row. They were a key part of the mind control experiment. This is how Mrs. Huard remembers one of the messages.
Why are you running away from your responsibilities, Janine? Why, Janine? Why? Janine, why are you running away from your responsibilities? Why are you running away from your responsibilities, Janine? Why are you running away? Why are you running away from your responsibilities? Why are you running away?
I would try very strongly not to let my mind be capturing all the messages, but they would lower my resistance so much with the heavy drugs, but I couldn't do otherwise than listen.
Did you ever ask them how any of this was making you better?
No, I didn't ask questions. I was just say, I don't want to go through it again. And I would cry. I didn't want it, you know. I knew it. Way down in my heart, I knew it wasn't good. But, you know, how could you fight? You're in a hospital where it's supposed to be the best, with the best doctors. So what can you do?
I'd say, I can't take it anymore. I can't stand it. I don't think this is doing me any good. I feel worse. And he'd walk down the hall a little way with me and put his arm on my shoulder. And come on now, lassie, you know you're going to do it. And finally I'd say, well, okay. And off we'd go to my room, and he would give me another injection and then pat me on the shoulder, and off he'd be again. I had LSD, I believe, a total of 14 times. And sometimes there would be 4 days between the injections, and sometimes there would be one consecutive day after the other. And some of them I managed to write down things in my notes to Dr. Cameron.
A newly declassified CIA document shows there was at least one voice of protest at the agency as the experiments got underway. One agent wrote, "Does Project Officer approve these immoral and inhuman tests? I suggest that all who are in favor of the above intended operation volunteer their heads for use in Dr. So-and-so's noble project." The names were deleted. In her hospital room, a terrified Mrs. Orlico tried to hide like a child at the sound of Dr. Cameron's approaching footsteps.
I heard him coming, and I hid in the washroom in my room. And I thought, well, I'll go and sit on the toilet and nobody will see me. Anyhow, that didn't work because he knocked on the door and he said, "Now, come on, Lassie, you know you're in there, and come on, you come out and let me give you your injection." And I said, "No, I'm not taking any more injections. I can't do it. I don't care if I die. I can't do it anymore because this is killing me, and that's all there is to it. I can't do it." Well, he wasn't very happy about it. And, however, after a little discussion, he turned on his heel and left the room.
The electric shock treatments were administered on an unprecedented scale. It was called de-patterning. The mind was short-circuited so the psychic driving hypnotic messages could be planted on a clean slate. There is now no known use of electric shocks on such a scale, even in Soviet mental asylums where political crimes are punished. Psychiatrist and former colleague of Dr. Cameron, Dr. Elliot Emanuel.
As you probably know, electroshock treatment has been given for depression for something like 40 years now. It's a very successful and useful treatment for severe depression that doesn't respond to other things. But de-patterning is a use of electroshock treatment in a totally different way, in which instead of giving the shocks, say, 2 or 3 times a week, they're given 2 or 3 times a day for 3 or 4 weeks, reducing the patient to a sort of animal, vegetable state, from which it's hoped that they would recover in a more healthy state of mind. It didn't work.
I was there for a while, and I thought, I don't want to stay here, and I started to run away from the hospital, and they grabbed me, and then they put me on sleep treatment. And now they kept you asleep for 23 days, and while I was asleep, they were shocking the heck out of me with electric shocks and playing tapes.
There was another lady who had the same kind of psychic driving that I did, and she was a very wiry, slender lady, and with lots of pep and zip, you know, and she'd go to the dances and this and that. And one day she just wasn't there. And when we asked where she went, they said, "Oh, well, you know, she's gone to another hospital." Well, sometime later, I was in the day hospital, and I happened to ask a nurse if she'd heard what had happened to this lady. And she said, "Oh, that's her sitting over there." And I looked, and there was a fat lady that just looked like she was made out of dough. She didn't know me. She didn't know herself. She didn't know anybody. She was gone. Now that's a death.
Did you ever try and get away from there? Did you ever say, "I'm just not going back"?
I tried. I was home for the weekend, and I had a pass for the weekend. That's how they call it. So when I was there, I said, "I'm not going back there." So I telephoned, or somebody else in the house telephoned, and they said, "If you're not coming back, we're sending the police after you." So I remember being so upset. I was crying. I didn't want to go in. And it was really like a concentration camp.
There was a gentleman who jumped off the roof of the Allen. I don't think he had LSD, but he had sleep therapy with psychic driving, you know, with the driving tapes under his pillow. And they told him he was going to go home. And he'd just come out of sleep therapy. and he just jumped. He said, went around, big smile on his face, said goodbye to everybody, went up on the roof and jumped off and landed at the back door of the Atlan, which was a dreadful, awful thing. I don't think he was more than 30. And he was just gone. Just gone. And there was this big washed area at the back door. Nobody would go in and out of that back door for a long time. And everybody in the hospital spoke in hushed tones, and everybody was affected. They would not talk about it. It was as though it did not happen.
In 1973, all MK Ultra files under the control of the Technical Services Division Chief of the CIA were ordered destroyed by the director, Richard Helms. But in a bureaucracy as vast as the Central Intelligence Agency, it's difficult to destroy everything. And the damning evidence of the Cameron Project surfaced after a Freedom of Information Act suit. It revealed Mrs. Orlico had reason for her nightmares and her doubts.
I've heard that it was the most brutal program under MK Ultra in the States and in Canada, that this was the most brutal. It was an awful feeling to realize when I found this out that the man whom I had thought cared about what happened to me didn't give a damn. I was a fly, just a fly.
Her husband, David Orlico, NDP Member of Parliament for 22 years, remembers the cost.
We had Blue Cross coverage, but we didn't have, but Blue Cross did not cover treatment in a mental hospital. So what we did after the first year was to sell the house, which was really the only money that we had. And my daughter and I moved in with Al's mother. And we stayed there almost 3 years. It was tough, but the financial cost was really a small part of the cost. If you're talking about cost, it really disrupted our lives.
Mrs. Orlico sued the Allen Memorial Institute, and last year it quietly settled out of court for $50,000. But that's only the amount she estimates she had to pay for what she thought was treatment. Apart from giving Mrs. Orlico her money back, the Allen has done nothing to compensate Cameron's other victims. But in the U.S., a former CIA director, Stansfield Turner, promised the Congress the agency would try and track down victims of the MK Ultra project in both Canada and the U.S. so they might get compensation. The CIA wrote the Allen this recently declassified letter. Addressed to Maurice Danger, then director, it said, "It has been our understanding that there are no remaining records of Dr. Cameron's research that might reveal the identities of patients under his care during the time period in question. However, by way of leaving no stone unturned, we now inquire whether this information might be reconstituted through patient records, financial records, or other hospital records. Sincerely yours, Daniel B. Silver, General Counsel, CIA." So even the CIA made some effort to find the victims, but little help from Montreal.
There is no record of the Allen ever attempting a search of all its medical records, although Cameron's successor admits it would be easy enough to do. CIA documents show that 53 people in Montreal were subjected to the MK Ultra experiments, but only 9 of those have been positively identified. Apart from Orlico, Huard, and Logie, there were 3 Montreal housewives, one of whom is now institutionalized. There's a Montreal businessman who never really got his life together again after the experiments, and another man who's been destitute for most of the time since. Ironically enough, one of the victims is now a psychiatrist practicing in Eastern Ontario. She obviously functions well enough, but after the experiments, 10 years of her memory was wiped right out.
The McGill project was abruptly terminated in 1964, and so Dr. Cameron returned to the United States. 3 years later, he died suddenly of a heart attack. Subsequent evaluation of Cameron's work in Montreal by his successor showed that the intensive shock therapy was not only medically useless, but potentially dangerous. Cameron, though, never revealed how much he knew about the CIA sponsorship of his work. Robert Logie was later given cortisone treatment for the pains in his leg that brought him to the Allen in the first place. It worked, but his mind is a different story. He now has joined with Mrs. Orlico, Madame Huard, and 6 other Canadians in a massive lawsuit against the United States government. They contend that they sought treatment and instead were made unwitting victims of CIA experiments. The 9 Canadians are seeking $1 million apiece in damages from the U.S. government. The CIA intimidates many American law firms, but this case is being fought by a lawyer who defended Lillian Hellman and Arthur Miller during the McCarthy witch hunts for communists. In preparation, the lawyers have interrogated every CIA agent involved in MK Ultra, including former director Helms. With the trial expected to start soon, Joseph Raw sums up the case with his junior partner, James Turner.
What we get out of Gittinger?
John Gittinger is the former CIA staff agent who testified that at his request, the CIA contacted Cameron and informed him that a front in New York would support his work. As a result of that, Cameron received CIA funds to finance the LSD and brainwashing experiment.
In other words, Cameron, all he did was what the CIA was in effect asking him to do.
Yeah,
and what he said he was going to do, and he did it. And
then they paid him money for it.
And then what about Gottlieb now? We got a lot of stuff out of Gottlieb. Here's one of his depositions. We got him, I take it. He said, I'm going to wash my hands of this. I'm approve the project, but I don't have to take care of the Canadian citizens who are going to be affected. Is that fair?
That's fair. He admitted that they took no steps whatsoever to guarantee that people wouldn't be injured if it could be avoided, or to make sure that people even knew that they were participating in an experiment.
Well, this guy Gottlieb's got quite a record, doesn't he, on negligent action ahead of time. I mean, before this ever...
He was personally involved in an experiment that resulted in the death of a U.S. Army.
Is that the one where they put the LSD in the Cointreau of a guy named Olson?
Yeah, and then he jumped out of a window and committed suicide in New York City. They managed to cover that up, too.
I like a man who was general counsel of the CIA. His name's Larry Houston. And at that time, he said this was culpable negligence. He was a general counsel. And they went on, left a guy on the job who had been guilty, according to their own lawyer, of culpable negligence. What about Helms? We took his deposition too. It's right here.
Yeah, it's an awful thick deposition. He didn't remember a whole lot. There's a major case of forget-me-nots. The only thing that we really got out of him was that he instructed Gottlieb, the CIA's Dr. Gottlieb, to destroy the records.
When the story broke about the covert CIA activities on Canadian soil, the United States sent a formal apology to the Trudeau government. But External Affairs Minister Alan McEachern has refused to release that document to Mrs. Orlico and the others in the lawsuit. This declassified State Department letter shows why. Addressed to the Canadian Embassy, it reads, "This is with reference to your request for the views of the U.S. intelligence community concerning possible release by the Canadian government of certain documents relating to the Orlico matter. Your request was given careful review, on the basis of which it has been requested that the Canadian government withhold from public disclosure the documents in question."
We moved heaven and earth to get the correspondence and the documents and the discussions between the Canadian government and the United States. The United States won't give it to us because they're covering up their wrong. The Canadian government won't give it to us because they're scared of the United States government. Both of them are holding back all of the information about this. I think the case could be broken if the Canadian government would say to the CIA, we're not going to cover up for you any longer. We're going to allow this, we're going to give this material to Mr. Orlico for his case.
Well, if the Canadian government has this apology from the U.S., why in the world do you think they wouldn't release it?
Oh, I just think the Canadian government's a little bit like international wimps in the case of the United States. I don't know why they're so scared of us. We're not going to do anything. I don't think the 7th Army is going to attack Montreal because you give us that material.
I understand, though, that the American position is that this kind of CIA material can't be released for national security reasons. Maybe that's true.
Well, security, my neck. First, the CIA, everything they forget. Then when they have to stop forgetting, because it's ludicrous, then they say it's all national security. What is national security about the apologies of the United States to Canada? They get very belligerent, the Canadians, with the Russians when they shoot down the 007 with some Canadian citizens. But when the CIA covertly does something to all the citizens, ruined the lives of many of these citizens, well, the Canadian government's doing nothing. I don't know why.
Canada made forceful representations on behalf of the Toronto businessman who was kidnapped by bounty hunters taken back to Florida. That wouldn't indicate that they're afraid to make a ruckus down here.
That was a pretty easy situation. I mean, my God, you kidnap a Canadian, take him to the United States, heavens above. And furthermore, who do you have to fight there? A couple of bounty hunters. Here you're fighting the CIA. That scares Canada.
I'm surprised that if your case is as strong as you say, that the American government isn't trying to get an out-of-court settlement, pay out a bunch of money, and just hope it'll go away.
When the CIA went into this brainwashing stuff, what they call the MK Ultra program, when they went into that, they injured lots more people than the 9 we are suing for. They injured a great many other people.
Here in the United States?
Here in the United States. They may feel that they've got so many skeletons in their closet that settling with us, even though we're clearly right and they would like it to go away, would hurt them as a precedent. I can't think of any other reason that they're being so really rough on us.
I think there is a duty on the government to release, in a matter such as this, all of the information it has.
Alan Lawrence is the conservative justice critic in the Commons.
There's been government complicity or government negligence, so be it, you know. It's far better to make a full disclosure and a full confession of your sins in a matter such as this. It's always a difficult thing for anybody to sue a government or sue an agency of a government. And if you don't have the cooperation of your own government in doing it, you have a few strikes against you right off the bat. If the process was reversed, if it was some sort of a secretive Canadian operation taking place in the United States, I'm sure all hell would break loose down there as far as beating of breasts and waving of flags and whatnot.
If the material came from the States, perhaps they're bound by, if not law, good manners to not turn it over if the source of the information doesn't want it turned over.
I don't know about manners. I don't know about international manners very much. But I know this. If I were in charge of a government to whom 9 citizens that we are suing for have been brainwashed without their knowing, have had their lives impaired, and have it done by a foreign agency, undercover without the government of Canada knowing it, I would find a way to help those people instead of hindering them.
We tried to ask External Affairs Minister McKechnie why the government of Canada is not helping these Canadian citizens who are victimized by agents of another country. But for more than 2 months, Mr. McKechnie has been unavailable to discuss the matter.
What do you want to tell Mr. McKechnie, for example, about what happened to you? How you feel about it now?
I would tell him to try what we've been through and see what he would have to say after. Because only when you go through such an experience, one can say how bad it can be and how painful.
I'd say, come on, get off your horse and help us. We need some help from our government. We are innocent victims of something that happened that should never have been. And you can't make it. You can't put us back where we were. But at least do something to help us now. Do something to stand up and say this can't happen in Canada.
What can you possibly get for your clients out of this case?
You can't get their health back. That's not possible. And they're older people, and some of them may die during this stonewalling by the CIA. And some of them may get worse. One of them, at least, is in an institution now. I mean, the thing is very much needing of speed by the to get recompense. You can get some money. That's all you can get. That's all you can get when a doctor misoperates on you. You don't get your health back. There's no way we can get their health back. But what we can get them is some funds to help ameliorate their old age with the damage that's been done to them by this lousy performance that occurred through the CIA by Dr. Cameron mistreating them and hurting them.
One thing which triggered Mrs. Huard's initial depression was growing deafness in one ear. That was later corrected with minor surgery. But no surgery can undo Dr. Cameron's work at Ravenscraig.
I cannot go to sleep without any medication. I have migraine headaches that last for a week at the time. Doctors cannot find a cause. I have slight amnesia. I have a lot of trouble to concentrate.
I've never been able to sleep without medication since the sleep treatment. I went through years and years and years of severe depressions. I dream about it. All my waking hours, I think about it. It's eating me up.
I've been hospitalized. When I first went home to Winnipeg, I attempted to take my own life because I couldn't endure the way I felt. And I have a chronic need. I'm very dependent on other people. And I have a chronic depression, which at times gets worse.
Not being with my family, not being able to follow a career, not being able to study anymore, which I wanted to do very much. I would say it cost me my life.
All of us together. People are straying and straying, dividing themselves from each other. There's too many hopeless souls and ragamuffin soldiers. What we need is love. And what we need, everybody, we want vice versa love to all the hungry. Vice versa love, come on and get some. Vice versa love, come on and get it. Vice versa love to all the rude boys. Put down all your guns. The only ammunition we need is love. Love for everyone. Mothers, tell your daughters. Fathers, please tell your sons. Just warn them, teach them, tell them, show them that what we need, everybody, we want vice versa love to all the hungry. Vice versa love to all the rejects. We want vice versa love, come on and get it. Vice versa love, warn them. from each other. What we need is love. That's what we need. Everybody, we want vice versa love to all the hungry. Vice versa love to all the reject. We want vice versa love. Come on and get it. Vice versa love. Warn them, teach them, tell them. Warn them, tell them, warn them, warn them. Teach them, warn them, teach them. Tell them. Warn them.
Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the true biblical land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the three together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks. Blessed love family. Great news from the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We are now enrolling new students for our ongoing international homeschool program. Yes, family, now is the time to contact us to get more information on our African heritage classes as well as our astronomy classes. Let me explain. Our classes are factually and scientifically based, plus designed and prepared for the inquisitive yet tender mind of the child. Classes are sent out daily via the email and will appear in your inbox every Monday to Thursday. Your young ones will receive over 140 classes in a 10-month period. That's an academic year. Interactive, colorful. Your children will love it, and you will be happy that you made that investment in them. But listen to this. We have a very special offer for you, family. This 10-month homeschool program usually goes for $50 per month. But for a limited time, you will pay only $30 per month. And hear this, not $3, but $200 for the full academic year if you decide to take the full year package. This is a worthy investment in your young ones. To enroll today, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com for more information. Also, feel free to ask us for a sample, a free sample of our classes. Once again, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Blessed.
He was a reggae revolutionary who railed against oppression.
Get up, stand up for your right.
A ganja-smoking guru who was determined to do things his way, no matter what the cost.
Legalize it, yeah.
I know who I came to be and I have to be me. I don't care what people want to say because people always say.
Peter Tosh rose to fame alongside his childhood friend Bob Marley in the legendary Wailers. But while Bob Marley became an icon of reggae's Caribbean feel-good vibe, Tosh was its mouthpiece for revolution.
There will be no peace till man gets equal rights and justice, yeah.
If Bob Marley represented Martin Luther King and that healing that King represented, then Peter was Malcolm X or Che Guevara with the band. He was scary.
I'm like a stepping razor, don't you watch my size, I'm dangerous.
Peter's uncompromising stand against social injustice and his passionate songs made him a hero to some and a pariah to others.
Peter Tosh was a poet. You know, he was a poet for the people, a poet for the poor. At the same time, he was like public enemy #1 in Jamaica.
But at the age of 42, his career was cut short in a hail of bullets.
When we got there, they already started to beat on Peter because he was bleeding. I saw Tosh in a pool of blood. Bam, bam, bam. They fired like 23 rounds at us.
Now, the turbulent life and tragic death of a reggae superstar. Rasta, revolutionary, and rebel. Peter Tosh, the story behind the music. On the hot, muggy night of September 11th, 1987, the short and fiery life of Peter Tosh came to an abrupt and violent end in Kingston, Jamaica.
Reggae superstar Peter Tosh and another man known as Doctor were shot dead at the singer's Plymouth Avenue home at about 8:30 last night.
In a barrage of gunfire, the second of reggae music's two greatest forces was dead. Peter's friend and bandmate Bob Marley had died 6 years earlier, a victim of cancer. And with Peter's body laid to rest near his mother's home in the Jamaican countryside, another powerful voice for the Third World's poor and oppressed had been silenced. Some feared an era of revolution had passed. Peter Tosh grew up in a small seaside village on the south coast of Jamaica. The family lived in a tin-roof shanty and relied on their small farm and the sea for food. In their tiny town, Peter developed a reputation as a talented singer at a young age.
People always want him to sing for him all the time. And he was very young that very time. I was about 3 years old, 3 to 4. He was singing those songs. And people pay him to sing for them.
Peter got his first taste of music and spirituality in the Pentecostal church. Religion often supplied the faith his mother Elvira Koch and her family needed in the impoverished but serene countryside. The family's devout faith was instilled in Peter from early childhood.
Peter has to go to church every Sunday, and maybe in the nights too. Yes, sir.
Young Peter loved singing and loved the church, but the message from the pulpit confused and angered him. Peter reasoned that if he was created in God's image, why then wasn't God black?
Then they started to teach me of the devil and the Satan and the hell. They teach me of the Christians, but they make sure they teach me that Jesus, the Son of God, is a white man.
There were many things that was going on in church that he could not understand, and he had many questions.
Inspired by the gospel music he grew up on, Peter felt the urge to move beyond his poor rural roots and dreamed of making a living as a musician and singer.
When I was 5, I made my first guitar. I was learning piano music at the age of 13. And if I only had the opportunity of having my own professional instrument, I would play the songs that angels sing.
In 1959, Peter turned 15. Soon after, he hitched a bus ride to the Jamaican capital of Kingston. He was penniless and found himself living in the most notorious ghetto in all of Jamaica, Trenchtown, named for the open sewage trench that ran through it. The area would soon give birth to the most famous names in reggae.
I remember when we used to sit in the government's yard in Trenchtown.
Trenchtown was the toughest slum in the Western Hemisphere. It's probably only rivaled by Calcutta in terms of deprivation and misery, child death, disease, poverty, hunger. If you were a teenager, Trenchtown was and is pure murder. You better watch your mouth and watch your back.
Not long after moving to Trenchtown, Peter met 2 other teenagers who shared his dream of playing music and escaping poverty. Bob Marley and Bunny Livingston eagerly joined forces with Peter and practiced in Bob's front yard nearly every day. They decided to call their group the Wailers because in their ghetto existence, there was plenty to wail or mourn about. Music they hoped and prayed would lift them out of misery and hunger.
Sometimes people would wake up in the middle of the night from the hunger pains in their stomachs, and they would go out at 3 or 4 in the morning and they would start to sing to keep from thinking about how starving they were.
In 1960, the Wailers attracted the attention of Joe Higgs, an accomplished Trenchtown singer and songwriter who nurtured aspiring musicians like the Wailers.
I helped the Wailers, helped them on their way. They weren't an entity. It took me years to teach them harmony structuring.
Under Higgs' watchful eye, Peter and the Wailers began to come into their own. By 1962, the band was ready to break into the island music scene with a revolutionary sound. The Wailers' lyrics of rebellion and change hit the airwaves the same year that Jamaica declared its independence after 400 years of colonial rule.
Right after independence, Jamaica was trying to find itself and build itself as a country. They were trying to create a new world within the boundaries of the old country. And Bob Marley and Peter Tosh and their generation were the voices of that.
On the heels of independence, many of the Wailers' generation took their frustrations to the streets. Riots over the new government's slow response to terrible living conditions rocked Kingston. Peter and his bandmates joined the fight, using words as their weapons, combining the fight for justice with a light island musical sound.
Let's stir it up, little darling, stir it up.
Over the next 3 years, the Wailers reigned at the top of the Jamaican record charts and became the most popular act in the country.
See what we could do, honey, just me and you, let's stir it up.
Peter and his bandmates had the chart-topping success they had once only dreamed about, but they had little to show for it. The producers of the Wailers' early singles pocketed all of the profits, while Peter, Bob, and Bunny were paid like hired hands on their own hits.
They were becoming stars, but they still didn't have any money at all, so they were still living in absolute poverty.
But money wasn't the only issue, especially for the hot-headed Peter. His fury grew as he began to believe the record industry was an oppressive system, dedicated to keeping poor black artists at a disadvantage. In Peter's eyes, the business that was supposed to be his salvation was as corrupt as the world he was trying to escape.
They say the Jamaican music business is a little like Nashville without the lawyers. It's very hard to get paid. So when Peter Tosh is singing about oppression or downpression, he's also talking about the oppression he suffered at the hands of his own colleagues, producers who didn't pay them. Peter Tosh was a pretty angry guy, but he channeled his anger in very constructive ways.
Right now, I don't see nothing being done, but I am doing something. See? Because I see the exploitation, the exploitatory system, shit system that is designed to destroy singers.
All of his life, it seemed, everywhere Peter turned, he encountered oppression at the hands of the record industry, the government, and the church. So at the age of 22, he embraced a philosophy that defied the establishment and empowered him, Rastafarianism, a faith inspired by the life and legend of Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia.
Many people say that his coronation was the fulfillment of a biblical prophecy from the book of Isaiah that said a black king would be crowned in Africa and would herald the millennium.
Peter identified with the teachings of the Rastas, that God, or Jah, is black, that Africans are the true chosen people, and that Haile Selassie was the Messiah prophesied by the Bible.
It is a fact and can be proven historically, biblically, that Haile Selassie is the returned Messiah.
When Selassie made a state visit to Jamaica in 1966, Peter believed he'd seen God in the flesh. Then and there, Tosh took Rasta beliefs to heart, including the tradition of smoking large amounts of ganja, or marijuana.
This was created by the Creator. It has spiritual botanical allegiance. And Jah created it for the motivation of the mind of man.
Bob and Bunny also became Rastafarians. Soon the trio wasn't just a band seeking greater commercial success. The Wailers, especially Peter, were musical messengers who were on a mission of revolution, dedicated to fight for the rights of black people all over the world.
So now you see the light. We gonna stand up for your rights. Oh, so you better get up, stand up.
Move the rock out of the way, there's a big hole.
Allegiance. And Jah created it for the motivation of the mind of man.
Bob and Bunny also became Rastafarians. Soon the trio wasn't just a band seeking greater commercial success. The Wailers, especially Peter, were musical messengers who were on a mission of revolution, dedicated to fight for the rights of black people all over the world.
So now you see the light. We gonna stand up for your rights. Oh, so you better get up, stand up for your rights.
In '71, Peter, Bob, and Bunny attracted the attention of Island Records president Chris Blackwell. He signed the Wailers to his label and gave the group $7,000, challenging them to record an entire album for that amount. When it was released, Catch a Fire announced the arrival of a vital musical force.
Catch a Fire had a political slant on it that you didn't find much in those days. It was a new kind of voice. It was a voice of dissent, and you could hear the anger burning through the grooves, and it's no accident that the album sleeve was a Zippo lighter. It was an inflammatory statement.
The Wailers thought they were finally headed for the big time, and they were determined to take their reggae music outside of Jamaica. But with their burgeoning success, egos inflated, and the seeds of their ultimate downfall were being sown. Next, a jealous rivalry begins.
The decision to push Bob Marley in the front of the Wailers was pretty devastating for Peter Tosh.
And later, an armed robbery ends in bloodshed.
One of them said to Peter that you're gonna dead tonight, so you nobody said nothing.
When Behind the Music continues.
No sun will shine in my day today.
When Jamaican bandmates Peter Tosh and Bob Marley released their first major label album, Catch a Fire, in 1972, their band, The Wailers, became an instant critical success. Since meeting as teenagers, Peter's future seemed fatefully linked to Bob Marley, but their relationship always bordered on love-hate. Some thought they were opposite sides of the same coin, with Peter's intensity alienating people, while Bob's charisma drew them in. But now their dueling personalities were hurtling toward a crisis point.
So you can't blame the youth when they don't learn. You can't fool the youth.
Peter was frustrated that his opportunities to shine were few and far between. Moments like this one during the recording of the Capitol sessions, where Bob sang back up to Peter's lead, rarely happened. And Tosh's protest songs were often passed over in favor of Marley's material.
So-called great men were doing robbing, raping, kidnapping, and killing.
The creative crisis in the band reached its breaking point in 1974, when Island Records president Chris Blackwell made a fateful decision.
Chris Blackwell looked at Bob Marley and he saw a dreadlocked, half-white, half-black, brilliant musician who could appeal to both races. Blackwell's decision to push Bob Marley in the front of the Wailers was pretty devastating for Peter Tosh.
After Blackwell's decision to feature Bob, Peter quit the Wailers, ending his 12-year collaboration with Bob Marley.
I was his background, vocal background, decorator of his music for all these years. See? Well, the time came after 12 years was to see what was inside of me. And that's what I did, because I did not come on this earth to be a background vocal.
After Peter left the Wailers, Bob was given top billing. Marley's next album, Natty Dread, was released in 1975 and started moving up the American charts.
When all of a sudden, you know, your best friend and partner becomes one of the biggest stars in the world and you're still struggling like hell, it sets up that kind of a jealousy and bitterness.
So Peter resolved to get his solo career going and recommitted himself to fight for causes he believed in. Tosh threw himself into Jamaica's tumultuous politics, fearlessly rioting alongside other disenfranchised Jamaicans.
Peter Tosh commandeered a truck and drove it through the shop window of one of the biggest department stores in downtown Kingston, and the crowd rushed in and looted everything in the store to the ground.
As Peter was boldly mixing music and revolutionary politics, he got his big break. Columbia Records agreed to release his first solo album internationally. Finally, Peter had a platform to speak his mind. Priority number one, legalize marijuana.
Not smoking her is violating my own constitutional rights. And to be humiliated, aggravated, and brutalized for the smoke of herb is totally degrading in this 20th century.
The title chosen for Peter's first solo album summed up his feelings in 2 words.
I had the idea to go to an herb field with a camera, sit Peter in the middle of the herb field and shoot photos until we got an album cover, because nobody in America ever saw an herb field. We'll call the album Legalize It, and this would be as outrageous as it could possibly be.
After aggressively criticizing Jamaican officials for years, Peter squared off with the government over the legalization of marijuana.
If Bob Marley represented Martin Luther King and that healing that King represented, then Peter was Malcolm X or Che Guevara with a band. He was scary. Peter could explode in your face at any minute.
Peter personified everything the fledgling government feared: rebellion and criticism. For Peter, the government stood for everything he hated: oppression and racism. Many believe that officials used the police to settle the score with Tosh for his outspokenness.
When the police would grab Peter for smoking a spliff on the street or something like that, he would provoke them, which isn't a good idea in Jamaica, and it would make whatever happened to Peter Tosh 10 times worse, and he was beaten almost to death several times.
In response to his run-ins with police, Peter defiantly released Legalize It as a single in late '75. It became an instant hit in Jamaica, despite a government order forbidding it to be played on the radio.
Peter was incredibly excited about Legalize It because it was an anthem. He looked around and saw that not just in Jamaica, but everywhere his generation was interested in legalizing marijuana. And he thought that this would be a good springboard to his career outside Jamaica.
The single may have been a hit in Jamaica, but when the album was released in the U.S. in the fall of '76, Legalize It failed to make a dent in the charts.
I think Peter was disappointed in the reception of Legalize It because it didn't become the smash hit that he had hoped it would.
Good friends we have, oh, good friends we've lost.
In 1976, Bob Marley was on his way to becoming an icon. Peter Tosh was a reggae also-ran, reeling from professional disappointment. Friends say 32-year-old Peter sank into a deep depression. Next, friends in high places offer Peter another chance at stardom.
At that point in time, Peter could have been as big or bigger than Bob.
And later, police beat Peter within an inch of his life.
They brought him to a jail cell, allegedly for smoking ganja, and 7 men with batons beat him for 90 minutes.
When Behind the Music continues. After a bitter split from Bob Marley and the Wailers in 1974, Peter Tosh struggled to make a new start. But by the fall of '76, 32-year-old Peter's career was failing miserably. His debut solo album, Legalize It, was selling poorly, while Marley was becoming an international star. Despite his professional floundering, Peter increased his commitment to use his music as a message for social change.
All his anger was very focused on social and political issues. He took it upon himself to be the spokesperson for all oppressed people.
Everyone is crying out for peace.
By the time Peter released his second album, Equal Rights, in 1977, his career was finally beginning to turn around. Tosh's biting songs of protest had found an appreciative audience. Critics hailed his message, and the album went gold. Finally, after 15 years as a musician, Peter was getting the respect he felt he had earned.
But there will be no peace till man gets equal rights and justice. Yeah.
He was brilliant in his own right, and like I said, Equal Rights is as good as any Bob Marley album.
Like a step in the race, said I'm dangerous, I'm a dangerous.
In 1978, he gave a legendary performance at the historic One Love Peace concert, held at National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica. Bob Marley was signed on as the featured headliner, but when Peter took the mic, he stole the show. Tosh electrified the crowd by lighting up a joint and demanding that officials legalize marijuana.
We could have planted herb and make shipments of herb around the world.
And what Peter was saying basically was, look, all the white man's vices are legal. Tobacco, alcohol, sugar, but the one thing that the black man likes everywhere on earth, his herb, is declared illegal by the white dominant culture of the planet.
From the stage, Peter blasted the police who had arrested and beat him for smoking pot.
I am one of them who happen to be in the underprivileged sector. You know, seeing hustled by police brutality times and times again. I am not a politician, but I suffer the consequences. See? And now we see the light. We're gonna stand up for our right.
Peter had thrilled the crowd and eclipsed Bob Marley that night. But more importantly, the One Love concert proved to be a turning point in Peter's career. Although he didn't know it, a rock music megastar had seen how the audience responded to Peter's performance.
That night, Mick Jagger decided to sign Peter to the new Rolling Stones record label as its first act.
Peter was finally achieving the stature he'd longed for since his Trenchtown days. In the fall of 1978, Peter and Mick Jagger recorded a duet. Suddenly, Peter was getting major exposure, singing alongside a rock and roll legend. The Stones selected Peter to be the opening act for the American leg of their Some Girls tour. It was a golden opportunity for Peter to be seen by millions of people. It was also another chance to surpass the popularity of his former bandmate Bob Marley. Musicians who were there say the tour was an adventure from the very beginning.
Well, the first show, remember, everyone was tense.
The Stones' audience didn't exactly welcome Peter with open arms. But ever the fighter, Peter welcomed the challenge of winning them over.
Somebody had flung a bottle. It was coming right to the cup of the cymbal, and probably it would ring. And he went up and let the guitar go and grab it.
Things were flying all over the place. I remember cans coming, tomatoes, all that kind of stuff coming from different angles, you know. But we know that's part of breaking into the big times.
With his fiery performances, Peter won scores of new fans. By the time the tour ended, it was deemed an overwhelming success, except for one thing. After 18 years in the business, Peter and his band still weren't getting paid what they felt was fair.
We weren't making any money, and you'd come back home and you find out your whole light bill, water bill, telephone bill, which was more than you went out and earned. You know, so it just seemed as if we went out and party and come home back, wake up the next morning and you can't find breakfast.
Peter had hoped his union with the Rolling Stones would bring financial riches along with the unprecedented exposure. Now he was disappointed to realize that despite his growing popularity, little had changed for him when it came to monetary rewards.
I think Peter put too much faith in the Stones' ability to break him, and there were a lot of personality conflicts too.
It all started after Keith Richards offered Peter the use of his home.
Peter was staying at my house in Ocherias. And I said, sure, you can use it. You need to write some songs and stuff, but stay there for a few months. I'd rather have, friends staying there.
Peter was up there, and in his mind, he seemed to have thought that the Rolling Stones owed him millions of dollars, which was, completely wrong. And because he thought this now, he decided, well, this is a nice place. I think I'll just capture the house.
Months later, when Richards returned to Jamaica, Peter refused to move out. Then the conflict took a violent turn.
He heard I was coming down to Jamaica, and then he pulled this switch on me, which was, I've got a machine gun. Well, I said, I'm at Mo Bay, and I'm going to be with you in about an hour and a half, so I hope you figure out how to put the magazine in. Yeah, and by the time I got there, the place was empty.
Keith had called Peter's bluff. Tosh did leave the house, but before he did, he trashed the place.
He had 10 people living in the house and 4 goats living in the house and goats walking all around the place. Yeah, the place was in pretty bad shape, He was just that kind of eccentric character that just really didn't care.
With his forceful but destructive nature, Peter had laid waste to a golden opportunity and ended a promising relationship with the Stones.
Working with Jagger, I thought it would have given me some exposure, but I don't think I have had the right exposure. Because my exposure convinces and hypnotizes anyone who listens to my formula of reggae music. And if I had the exposure, then I would hear my name ringing all over the place. Many people still don't know me.
A few months later, Peter's fortunes took another troubling turn when he was arrested again for smoking marijuana. Jamaican police took Peter into custody and subjected him to a brutal beating.
They brought him to a jail cell, allegedly for smoking ganja, and 7 men with batons beat him for 90 minutes.
We said they were beating him with anything they could find, chair, table, wood, anything. I think he got something like about probably 46 stitches all over.
Some believe that Peter's beating was much more than a routine arrest and roughing up for possession. They contend it was a payback by officials for the way he had challenged their authority at the One Love concert months earlier. Next, haunted by evil spirits, Peter goes into seclusion.
And you would be talking to him, and all of a sudden he would just go, "Look out!" And he would just see a vampire coming through the wall, and he would just get up and just move.
Then street thugs invade Peter's Jamaican hideaway.
Then I saw one of them pull a gun at me. By this time, the other one also pulled a gun. So there was 2 guns pointed at me.
When Behind the Music continues. As the 1980s began, reggae revolutionary Peter Tosh found himself at another career crossroads. By alienating his powerful allies in the Rolling Stones, he had sabotaged himself again.
I think Peter felt that with the backing of a group as enormously powerful and popular as the Stones on their own label, that this was his ticket to stardom. It didn't, however, prove to be that.
And the real casualty, as far as Peter was concerned, was he had missed out on a golden opportunity for the kind of commercial acceptance he had been seeking since splitting from bandmate Bob Marley years earlier. By 1981, Bob Marley was a superstar with albums that sold by the millions. But in the spring of that year, the king of reggae music was cut down in his prime. On May 11, 1981, Peter Tosh learned, along with the rest of the world, that his boyhood friend and sometime rival Bob Marley died from lymphatic cancer.
He was a mixture of ghetto rebel, mystic, musician and prophet, untainted by success. Bob Marley was far more than a pop star.
For nearly 20 years, more than half his life, Peter had collaborated and competed with Bob.
Good friends we have, oh, good friends we've lost along the way.
But rather than taking the opportunity to put their differences to bed, Peter became disrespectful to the memory of Bob.
Instead of Peter saying, you know, like starting to cry and going, God, I can't believe my brother is dead, you know, my spiritual brother is dead. He went, oh, well, at least it leaves a little room for the rest of us to go through now. Meaning, yeah, we can go sell some records. I mean, that was singly the most cold thing I ever heard from Peter Tosh.
Even so, after Marley's death, there were those who wanted to crown Peter the new king of reggae.
Mama said, son, you gotta be a man. Got to be the leader of a reggae band.
But Peter felt insulted by the suggestion that he was new at all. He reasoned that he'd been around every bit as long as Bob and deserved the same respect. Instead of quietly stepping in to assume the role of reggae's leading man, Peter let his ego take control and torpedoed the opportunity.
He said, there's nothing new about me. That was a very typical boasty phrase of Peter Tosh's. It was another one of those instances, perhaps, where he was shooting himself in the foot.
With troubles in his professional life again, Rasta Peter Tosh began to place blame for his difficulties on Satan. He found solace in the arms of a woman, Marlene Brown. Many believe Peter turned to Marlene because he hoped her ancient Jamaican spiritual practices would rid him of evil spirits.
I treat Tosh as a king, you know? Yeah, man, he was always my number one, my idol. I just bring comfort to this man, you know? And if the comfort I bring to this man is rid him of evil spirits, fine.
Marlene became Peter's common-law wife in the early 80s. According to many of his closest friends and family, she had Peter under her total control.
She prevented a lot of his close friends from coming around the house to be with him. She basically told him what to do, and she increased his paranoia.
Somebody would come to check Peter, and then she would, like, after that guy or that person leaves, she would be like, she would say some weird stuff, and then you don't see that person around anymore.
Did you chase his friends away?
No, unless they were bad. I mean, it's no good.
He dropped his guards, and he was blind towards the end. And I pitied him. We all, the entire family, knew it, and we all pitied him.
In 1983, Peter largely withdrew from the public eye and lived a quiet life with Marlene.
The man has been out there for 20 years without any rest, with a nasty ulcer stomach I met this man with. I mean, the man needed rest. The man needed some time for himself.
For the next 4 years, he did little more than write songs and smoke what some estimate at nearly 1.5 pounds of marijuana a week. During his time off, Peter continued to reach out to the poor and oppressed. In one case, Peter gave a homeless man a bed to sleep on. The man was Dennis Lepo Laban, a convicted killer recently released from prison. The two became friends of sorts.
I remember the first time he came there, he asked Peter for a bed to sleep on. Marlene said to Peter, let's give him the bed that we just bought yesterday downstairs in the music room. And Peter said, no, the man just came from prison, let's buy him a brand new bed.
By 1987, Peter had tired of his reclusive life and wanted to get back in the spotlight. But he hadn't mellowed in his time away. Armed with a guitar shaped like an M16 rifle, Peter completed a new album full of protest songs called No Nuclear War.
Too many people are hungry. They don't have food to eat.
No Nuclear War album was really important then because he hadn't done anything. He realized now that this was his big comeback.
He really wanted to show everyone what he can do. So I know he was more than excited and enthused towards this upcoming album and tour.
As the tour to promote No Nuclear War approached, Lepo began to come by Peter's house more often. He had become one of the many hangers-on who some say took advantage of Peter's generosity. According to friends, Peter had loaned money to Lepo several times. But with his now frenetic schedule, Peter had little time for the ex-con.
Every 2-3 weeks, he visited the house, looking handouts. That was about it.
On the night of September 11th, 1987, Peter's house was teeming with energy. Peter, Marlene, and numerous friends were making excited plans for the upcoming tour. Someone knocked at the gate. When it opened, there stood Lepo and two other men, armed with guns.
I opened the door to the reception area, and they stepped in. All three of them stepped in. That's when I saw one of them pull a gun at me. By this time, the other one also pulled a gun. So there was two guns pointed at me.
Mikey came in the room like he was under pressure, like, you know what I mean? So immediately as he came in, I saw this guy with Lepo. He just came in with a gun and said, hey, this is a stick up.
One of them said to Peter that you're gonna dead tonight, so you nobody said nothing.
Lepo, he said, where is the money we have in the house? Okay? Marlene answered, we have no money in the house.
They hit Tosh in his head with a gun, they butt him in his head, you know, and tell him to lie down.
And they tell everybody to get down on the floor.
Just then, two of Peter's friends arrived at the house. The gunmen immediately ushered them inside at gunpoint.
When we got there, they already started to beat on Peter because he was bleeding, you know, head-wise.
One of them came back around with Peter's machete from under Tosh's bed and said they was gonna behead him. And he went over to Tosh to chop off his head. And then that's the time I jump up and me and one of them caught fighting. In a way, I was gun-butted and kicked to the floor.
Realizing Lepo and his accomplices weren't going to leave empty-handed, Peter assured them he would give the assailants money at a later date.
The last sentence that he said, his voice was all breaking up and showing nervousness, and he was stuttering. But he's like saying, like, I can make some arrangement some other time.
For a moment, I can smell blood, you know, you get that sensation of death, you know.
For what seemed like an eternity, Lepo and the two gunmen considered Peter's offer, then opened fire.
There was more than 30 shots. Bam, bam, bam. Second shot I got was in my head, went right through.
Here, one is here, and the other foot is down here.
This shot was one that came through Marlene's scalp and ended up in my mouth.
I got shot in my shoulder.
After emptying their guns, the shooters fled into the Jamaican night. Inside the house, one man was dead, another was mortally wounded, and Peter lay in a widening pool of blood from two point-blank gunshots to the head. Peter died later that night at a local hospital. He was just 42 years old.
The murder scene was a horror show. There were pools of blood everywhere. It was a terrible, violent, unnecessary way for this great artist to die.
With undeniable talent and determination, Peter Tosh had clawed his way out of the poverty of the Jamaican ghetto in the early 1960s. He had dedicated his life to fighting for the oppressed and disadvantaged. In the end, it was a man he reached out to who turned on Peter and silenced his powerful voice. Next, the man with Peter's blood on his hands stands trial.
He just planned this robbery, knowing he was 100% going to get away. And then when the survivors didn't die, then he got caught.
When Behind the Music continues. In September of '87, Peter Tosh and 2 other men were killed during an apparent robbery attempt by 3 gunmen. His murder plunged Jamaica into mourning over its fallen son, and thousands came to pay their respects.
At the National Arena in the capital, Kingston, the Jamaican people mourn the loss of yet another of their reggae superstars, Peter Tosh.
A week after the massacre, Peter's so-called friend, ex-con Dennis Lepo Laban, was arrested and charged with the murders. His conviction came in 11 minutes, the fastest in the history of the Jamaican judicial system. Lepo is currently serving a life sentence in this Jamaican prison. The other 2 gunmen have never been caught or identified.
It was an assassination. It was one of the most powerful voices in the history of modern music, one of the most unbowed, politicized, militant voices ever, being silenced by these 3 morons who came to rob the earth of one of its greatest spirits.
You can't blame you.
Throughout his career, Peter Tosh complained bitterly that he was denied the status and respect his music deserved. Ironically, Peter's greatest honor came after his passing. His final album, No Nuclear War, won a Grammy Award in 1988, an honor his longtime friend and sometime rival Bob Marley has never received. When they joined forces in Jamaica's Trenchtown ghetto in 1959, neither Peter Tosh nor his friend Bob Marley imagined they'd change the face of modern music, but they did. Their songs of social and political protest have earned them a place of honor in music history and made them icons around the world.
Bob and Peter became these huge sort of third world saints. Their legacy lives on not only in their music, but in their images. You see them everywhere in the world, not just Jamaica. They're planetary figures.
Today, more than a decade after his death, Peter Tosh's reputation continues to grow. His forceful songs of protest have influenced a generation of musicians and inspired countless people to continue fighting against oppression. A memorial to Peter Tosh is being built on his mother's property in Jamaica, not far from Peter's final resting place.
Everybody want to go up to heaven, I say, hey. Nobody want to die.
Even though the memorial is unfinished, hundreds of fans visit the site every year. They seem to derive comfort from making the pilgrimage, and Peter's mother hopes that he, too, is finally at peace.
He's my only child, and he's glad to be here. If you have any understanding, glad he's here by me. He's glad.
Peter Tosh's passionate beliefs and aggressive stance endeared him to millions, but also earned him a legion of enemies. He was jailed and beaten countless times for his blistering criticism of power-hungry politicians and oppressive governments. Yet still, Peter Tosh stayed true to his beliefs and fought tirelessly against racism, poverty, and injustice.
He was a loose cannon. He was a bomb thrower. He could have taken the easy way many times. Peter could have sold out at any point in his career, but he was a man of principle. He was a man of courage, and he had a conviction that what he was doing is right. He never took the easy way. Everything was a struggle with Peter Tosh.
It's only the truth that can make a man live. It is only the truth that can make a man free.
The brain is the most complex organ in the human body. As part of the nervous system, the brain coordinates all of the body's functions. In adult humans, the brain is a 3-pound gelatinous mass of fat and protein. It's comprised of 4 main regions: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, the brainstem, and the diencephalon, and each one controls specific tasks. The largest section is the cerebrum, and it makes up over 3/4 of the brain's volume. It consists of neurons and nerve fibers that transmit information from the neurons throughout the brain and body. The cerebrum controls higher functions such as learning, reasoning, and speech, plus senses like sight and hearing. Under the cerebrum is the second largest part of the brain, the cerebellum. Much like the cerebrum, the cerebellum has nerve cells and nerve fibers. It carries signals to other parts of the brain and the spinal cord. The cerebellum is responsible for coordinating muscle movements, particularly those that help maintain the body's balance and posture. The third region, the brainstem, lies in front of the cerebellum and anchors the brain to the spinal cord. The brainstem is a collection of structures that include the pons, a mass of nerve fibers that carry sensory information, the midbrain, a region of fibers and structures that help control movement, along with auditory and visual processing, and the medulla oblongata, which creates motor and sensory pathways between the midbrain, the pons, and the spinal cord. Altogether, the parts of the brainstem control vital bodily functions such as cardiac activity, respiration, digestion, and sleep. The fourth region is located above the brainstem and makes up the core of the brain, the diencephalon. About the size of an apricot, the diencephalon is a grouping of several structures. The thalamus, which processes and transmits information from all senses except smell, and the hypothalamus and pituitary gland, which work together to produce and regulate neurochemicals. These structures help govern sensations, weight regulation, energy, and instinctual behaviors, such as eating, drinking, and having sex. The brain's 4 main components, the diencephalon, brainstem, cerebellum, and cerebrum, work in sync to ensure bodily functions are fully operational. The brain has even evolved mechanisms to protect itself. One such mechanism is the blood-brain barrier, a semi-permeable cellular wall that only allows specific chemicals to enter from the body's bloodstream into the brain. Despite this protection, tumors and other complications can lead to life-threatening problems and diseases in the brain, such as dementia. Thankfully, scientists have found ways to improve brain health. Staying physically active and eating a balanced diet may preserve cognitive function and even reduce the risk of developing Alzheimer's. So while the brain only makes up a small percentage of the body, it plays a crucial role in the body's functions and overall well-being.
Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the True Biblical Land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the 3 together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks. Yes, we definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. I say blessed love to each and every one. Welcome to Tiger's Nest. Of course, you know the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. Just holding an up full vibration, my good brothers, my good sisters. Give thanks for your presence with us. All brethren, sisters here, near, home and abroad. Of course, within the moment, you know, the resurrection moment is at hand, and we have a wonderful vibration. This evening we will be speaking to the Honorable Priest Kumi, coming out of Trinidad, from the Trinidad branch of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. So we should be having a wonderful reasoning as we will be going into the science of this Lenten period and the resurrection moment and many other things as it relates to the Congress. So looking forward for that. So as usual, just sucker in and keep the vibes as we continue to set our chalwa. Hey, just reminding you once again, just make sure you get your chalice specifically even at this hour, as we are definitely celebrating our resurrection. Just contact us, you know how it is, and definitely get one of your brand new cups. Yeah, definitely we ship it to you specifically wherever you are in the world. So give me a moment, let me go into the heavens, and we will also bring in Honorable Priest Kumi. This is going to be a wonderful discussion. Yes, blessed love once again. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Still in the season of glorifying Empress Menen for such earth strong, as I said, according to some historians or some aspects of history. It's the 3rd of April. So when it be the 25th of March, 3rd of April, we celebrate. We still celebrate it when the 3rd of April comes. We still be celebrating too. Give thanks for Mama Menen. But as was promised, my family, we have the Honorable Priest Kumi with us at the moment, sitting there in Trinidad, Wharf Trace at the branch in Trinidad specifically, representing such. And this evening, as I said, we will be speaking of, conversations dealing directly with the order, the Bobo Shanti order, the EABIC, the government, and of course, we're coming out of this 40-day and 49th period, going into the resurrection period, the resurrection day, the Good Friday day, different things I want to get into. So I'm so honored and happy to have the Honorable Priest Kumi here with us, sitting in with us. Honorable my Lord, blessed love to you. Give thanks.
My Lord.
All right, a great honor. I don't know if you would like to just give us a little introduction of yourself, my Lord, for those who may not know you, and may, give us a little understanding of how you may would have come into this Congress, and maybe how long you've been treading the faith, and give us a little foundation of exactly, who we're talking to, for the audience sake. My Lord, give thanks again.
My Lord. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Rastafari, my Lord. Give thanks, for the reasoning, my Lord, at this moment. The man say reasoning is better than preaching, Out of reasoning, you get understanding. And that is the purpose of reasoning also, to gain understanding. If you are reasoning and you're not getting understanding, you are just dealing with vain babble, So give thanks for the reasoning, my Lord. I man is Honorable Priest Kumi from the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress branch in Trinidad. I man as an official elder in the tradition came into the order in 1983, and the camp in Trinidad has been formulated in 1981. by the Honorable Priest Imesley. Them time our camp was in Tenapuna, and right now at present our camp is in Wharf Trace Marcus St. Joseph, you know. From the starting of the Congress at 81, with Honorable Priest Imesley and some elder brethren. After that, starting from 1981, and Honorable Priest Imesley forward to 10 Miles Bulbe get freedom to continue the works in righteousness and upfulness. So we did get recognized as a branch of the Ethiopia Africa Congress in Trinidad officially. And from 81 to 83 is where I man come in. Now, from 81, when the Congress start, and the brethren and sisters was living in Tunapuna, it had a small annualing with the brethren and them and the leading priest Imesley, you know. And true to that, this annualing among the brethren and them, you know, Jah sent up a man to rectify the reasoning and to rectify the disannualing. And after that, reasoning, Jah end up telling the brethren and them, well, better everybody come and live on the foundation and build the self to set for redemption, you know? So that occurred in 80, the ending of 82 to 83 early. So basically the Congress branch started in Trinidad 1981. And after that, this annualing, the brethren them who was the first set of functioning member like Priest Naya, Prophet Okira, Priest Hayden Samuel, Priest Ogaro, Priest Wanza, Priest Mogo, Priest Shumba, Priest Haile, you know, Prophet Adua, and many other angels and Empress. After that, the father tell ones and one, you know, who could reach up and come up and sat in until the time of redemption in 10 Miles Bulbe, you know. So most of the brethren them from them first time they end up in 10 Miles Bulbe. Then after, true to that now I have a brethren who is Honorable Priest Shumba. He have family down on my side where I from originally in Tongmo. And he used to come by me to sister who he go to school with, but at the present moment, they was renting downstairs by me. So, well, that is his first daughter mother end up to be also, but that is a sister who he go to school with. So her family and them was renting downstairs by me. So the priest used to come and check the sister and thing, and me and the priest start to rally from there in them moments and start to seek the order and get the culture. But before even meeting the priest on that trod in the fullness of Naya Bengi order, I man, they done keeping Sabbath and in eating vine fruit from reading Numbers 6 and understanding the Bible in them aspect, you know. So I man, they done had my enlightenment. But Honorable Priest Umari now, which is Priest Andre Charles, he is my brethren who I grew up with in Rastafari, and he end up as one of the first set of members also in the Bobo Shanti thing when it rise up in 81. So I had my brethren there, and then after that now, Honorable Priest Shumba started to come by me and culture me, and I gained some more understanding. We go by Priest Imesley because first the workshop was still downstairs by Priest Imesley. He does do woodwork. So we used to go by Priest Imesley because he used to work up there. Then he moved the shop down to Labanti by me. Well, within them place that time, me, him, and a brethren named Umi end up going up on Tunapuna Mountain, right? We was staying in Priest Imesley house.
And next
and
Umi.
from there, Umi.
Oh, Umi. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, go through.
Yeah. And from there, really and truly, we end up going up on the mountain and abide and I man see all the rest of brethren come after this first brethren them. You know, I man see all of them come, I man live on the hill before them and thing and go back up there as I tell you with Priest Shumba and Empress and Prophet Umi and ex-brethren and we own and you know, so I'm on the hill from since 83 abiding from them time, my lord. After 83, the same prophecy come back and fulfill, where pre-shanty was going on with certain thing in the court. We sent a delegation of 7 men to get official freedom, like our pre-shanty did went in 81. We do that. After we do that and we get our official freedom back to function and thing, pre-shanty and other brethren at this annual, in which is like myself and certain brethren, and we decide to go Bulbe and all the fullness of the order and the tradition. So that is how I end up in 10 Miles Bulbe, my lord. I end up in 10 Miles Bulbe 1985 on the King's Earth Strong, the same day at the King Earth Strong I man travel.
With pre-shanty?
No. I'm telling that's how I leave Trinidad.
To the different vibes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I done leave out pre-shanty.
I get
and
you,
living on top of the mountain. And after that, we leave Trinidad and all of we travel to Bulbe on 1985. You know? So myself, Priest Imo, Priest Jason, Priest Morrissey, and Prophet Ian, you know, we was the brethren who living together when we leave out Chanty, and all of us end up in Jamaica in 85, you know? So I man is a man within since 1983 in the order, going in 40 years now, you know, trotting as Bobo Shanty and going in maybe 40 something years within Rastafari also, you know.
Well, I could ask, since you land me there, and you know, and I cut in your talk, but since you land me there, making you stay on, you know, tell us more about the camp itself. And when you first, you know, came upon that glory, I know you were treading Bobo Shanty, but when you come amongst the settings now, and King Emmanuel itself and himself and the order that he set, because I would also ask, you know, I always ask anyone that come here, well, I miss out somebody, I miss out Priest Dougie, but when he come again, I always ask them, once they know, you know, they've been there, if they ever burn a chalice with King Emmanuel, but I'm not ready to ask that yet, so you can formulate your answer for later. But give us an idea of the settings, you know, the vibes you received when you got there and what you saw and the impression that was made upon you, and maybe even the first time you saw King Emmanuel face to face and whatever interaction and relationship you would have had with him and the officials around you, my lord.
My lord, yes, my lord. Well, to begin with, my lord, in I time and 10 Miles Bulbe in the camp, my lord, the standard of salvation was very high, you know? It was very high, and this is the time the Congress was moving on to a more international Congress, which a branch did rise up from Trinidad, and then the Bahamas branch rise up. So basically now, this time the yard didn't used to have more the brethren them from Bakawal or elders or Bobo from Jamaica. This time the yard started to have plenty brethren from different places of abroad. We had brethren from St. Kitts, St. Croix, St. Vincent, Trinidad, Bahamas, and other states, you know? So it was a mix, and plenty brethren who maybe might be Jamaican, but they grew up in foreign and was back in Jamaica too, you know? So it had a strong presence of different brethren from different regions in the yard at that moment, you know? And that moment at the time I'm on land in the yard, you know, which we talking now, was high standard of the Bobo Shanty liberty and order then. It was a time where some special saints come around God, you know, salvation warriors, you know, and the standard of the camp was glorious. But remember, I is those who hear and believe. We was living Bobo Shanty before we go to see the man, and we did don't believe. So, you know, the man say, blessed is those who see and believe, and twice blessed is those who hear and believe, you know. So, and I did done hear and believe, my Lord, you know. So, going and behold the fullness of the glory is just the fulfillment of the true glory you're going and behold, and in the presence of the man himself, you know? So those moments was very glorious moments. When I say glorious moments, these moments we talking about, sometimes me and some elders that's talking. Jah had some sample angels this time. When I tell you sample, every man is a sample. You don't see nothing like he again or she again, you know? It had sample people in them time, you know?
Give me some example now.
Well, sample people is knowing someone and dealing with them and living with them, my Lord, and understanding the high wave and the low wave and the joy and the precious moment. So when I tell you it had sample people, it had people who was very, very divine in the liberty of Christ and had the specialty. Now in life and in earth, everybody have a specialty about them, you know? As they say sometimes, maybe a person who look nice, that be rough in reasoning and handling people, and a person who might, you find him look nice, them nice in reasoning and handling people. So, you know, it have the qualities of human in general. Now, taking it from a God aspect now is why he's speaking about it had people who are special people, you think? Them, it come like, you know, you're traveling and you understand you go see a man look like you any part of earth when you travel. That's how earth run.
Without a doubt.
Right, but we talking the spirit of God.
Yes.
That's why I say sample people.
Yeah.
Some people with the spirit of God I am speaking about.
And
knowing these individual, dealing wrong these individual. It was a glory and an honor to know man like Priest Jackie, Priest Aya, Priest Miggy, Priest James, Priest Giffy, Priest Campbell, Priest Way, Courtney, all these man, Priest Bogo, we had plenty brethren, Priest Foggy, Priest Desmond, Prophet Leroy. It's a whole house of God, Priest Fligo, Priest Headley, knowing plenty angel, Priest Morgan, Priest George. You understand why I'm showing you Priest Charles, even living with Priest Philip, you know, the first one who they say Christ baptized. All these moments was the moments which I and I had, you know? And
so hold on. So this Priest Philip here, he come from back a while time.
Yeah.
I think I hear someone say he's a Philip that Christ baptized. How that story go?
No, well, you see, in understanding the tradition of God and understanding the tradition of Christ. You see, now, people doesn't understand when they hear certain prophecy then.
Right.
Now, remember, my lord, no one cannot prove to nothing where they never seen. No one cannot prove to you, my lord, nothing what they never see, my lord. That's why the court doesn't self open the door for somebody coming and say they hear so. The court open the door to testify of what you see and what you know. The court do not open the door for hearsay. That's why it have a thing coming up this before Lent, which is the Thursday, they call Damn's Fool Day. Damn Fool Day come by people believing something where they have no proving, and then you look like a fool because they fool you.
Interesting.
So what I am saying with God, my Lord, God always set a sample and an example for man and woman to live by in righteousness of salvation. That way I mean treading in his footstep. Treading in his footstep means treading in the path where the Lord's commandments, statutes, ordinance, and everything in righteousness we talking about, which is just a whole to bring the fullness of the thing, you know? So within the fullness of man knowing himself, my Lord, you will hear certain prophecy. But as I now tell you, his flesh had to come back and fulfill the same prophecy.
I hear you.
You know? That's why the man says spirit change, but flesh change, but spirit remain the same. The only so you could get reincarnation in any life, this life or any life, right? The only so you could get reincarnation, you think? In the reality of the life we live in is if the flesh change, but the same spirit come back in that flesh. So basically what we're saying, if you rally with God 2,000 years, you're coming and rally with God this time. If you fight God them time, you're coming back and fight God in this time. Because the understanding of God, there's nothing new under the sun.
Right. Well, okay. Well, since we there, I would like to kind of dovetail into this aspect, my king. So as we are on the Lenten period, and you know, we never really got into this too deep for this session around. This is a time where I want to remember the sufferation of Christ. You know, in fact, as Bobo Shanti talk, in our culture, we talk about, we even make the comparison with the Good Friday that the world keep up and show, well, they're celebrating, not celebrating, they're mourning the death and the crucifixion while we're celebrating the resurrection. Our culture speaks of the man being put in the tomb on the Wednesday and he was hung the Tuesday, but he didn't die. And the culture, I've repeated it before. What I'm saying, King, so as we penetrate on that during this time of the 40 days and 40 nights, where do we add that in now? Since we came from Philip now and you were showing clearly, I get the point. You're showing, well, listen, man, whether it happened 2,000 years ago or not, it have to come back now and manifest itself into flesh. And try to know in reality is not all of I and I actually see the same as it relates to the crucifixion of Christ. It's something that I bring up all the time because you hear it one way, and one will tell you, well, it's 2,000 years ago. One will clearly tell you it's 2,000 years ago in Jamaica. Very clear. I've been in conversations where man stick to the guns with that one there. Ones who says, well, it's not 2,000 years ago. It can't be 2,000 years ago in Jamaica. But it's in Jamaica in the 60s, you know what I mean? Even the Honorable Priest Gas in Trinidad, telling me already, he can show you the tree in Jamaica. He know the place. I know that line on him, where they hang the father. So you could bring just a little light on the you know what I mean, as they call it, the passion of Christ during this time for us. Real thing, that's what they're talking about now, man. Passion of Christ. Well, as they say, they call it Thursday, Damn Fool Thursday. They call this the Holy Week.
Damn Fool Day, the 1st of April.
Yeah, oh, it's true. The 1st of April is true. Right, it's true. Okay. I was thinking of more the day before Good Friday because I was going to say we don't have that in our culture. But yeah, it's April's Fools. Yeah. All right. Continue. The passion of Christ, the sufferation of Christ. What are we talking about?
My Lord, to start with, to prove Babylon don't know what they are deal with, my Lord. The reason why they call the day Good Friday, my Lord, is because the man rise.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When they crucified Christ, my Lord, just like what you know said just now, when they did crucify Christ, it was pain and crying and mourning.
I like that.
And the disciples and them, not Christ alone get crucified, the disciples, plenty disciples get crucified too. So if you could tell me crucifying Christ and the disciples and weeping and mourning and all the daughters of God, all the daughters of God crying and mourning and the saints of the Lord. Now, could you explain that and tell me what good about that? How could that be a good thing?
You hit that out of the park.
That could never be a good thing, which we know. The reason why it have a Good Friday, because it is the Resurrection Friday. Yeah. And to prove now, it is the Tuesday they crucify him on, to prove that in the same prophecy when he showed you he could break down the temple in 3 days and rise it back up. You dig? When a man asks how you could break down this big building, and you know who will understand the spiritual realms with Christ talking the parable, is the same fulfillment of that prophecy which it come up to Good Friday. Now, within the Good Friday, my Lord, what make the Good Friday a Good Friday? Because that is the Friday the man rise. And to prove it's the Friday the man rise, right? When they crucify the man on the Tuesday, the earth was in darkness for 3 days. The earth was in darkness for 3 days. And to prove is the Friday that the man rise, and it is a Good Friday. Why we call it Good Friday? Because it's Resurrection Friday and not Crucifixion Friday, like people who in understand of the world and these lost churches and them defend, and understand what they're saying. You dig? That to prove that he eat fish and bread with the disciples and them on the Saturday, when they was doubting him, and he made them feel his wound. You know, this is the picture which they call the Last Supper.
The Last Supper.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
So basically, what we are saying, or what Iman is saying, my Lord, the prophecy of God or the prophecy of Christ is really I and I, the original man and woman of God. But it have somebody that see you with your thing and envy you, and they will steal it, hide it up from you, and use something what they call now brainwash education, mental slavery, physical slavery, and teach we from the knowledge of where we have the original self, which means damn we from reading and getting the knowledge of we self, which is due to one and all, big and small. Now, when you come back now, after you go through all of these things in them dispensation at time, and you come back now and you hear any history where they take from you, you go feel like it's them who say it. You go feel like that is them thing. But these people never had nothing. What these people do, take the thing from I and present it back in them ideology and try to take the glory for it.
Okay, fair enough. But if I could jump in there. But okay, let us look at it historically, stylistically, because what you just explained now, differently than the days, well, I know the culture obviously, but I still playing angel's advocate here. So differently than the days now, Tuesday, although I still get a little different culture there, but I don't want to stick there. Because I learned that he get hung the Tuesday and he didn't die. And according to the law of the land, when a man get hung and he don't die, you're supposed to let him go. And then he was crucified the Wednesday and put in the tomb the same day. That's how I get it. But before you correct that, so especially for the audience now, because you speak a while ago about speaking in parables, especially for the audience that maybe even totally new to this now. So what time frame we talking about? This is what I was originally asking there. Where in history are we dealing 2,000 years ago? Are we dealing 50 years ago? Are we dealing both? Are we dealing with a continual cycle? Because you just mentioned now, well, you did say it's us, but you meant the history is our history. But this crucified Savior there now, you're gone somewhere in the dark. And all that too. The 3 days and 3, no problem. The 3 days and 3 nights in the darkness and so is there, even if it's not precise history, is there a time frame that the unlearned, the ignorant to this, if they were, they wanted to know, even me, I would like to know which time frame exactly that took place. Or is it?
All right, my Lord. Give thanks.
Is it King Emmanuel, Jesus Christ of Nazareth 2,000 years ago? Somebody else?
Give thanks to such question, my Lord. Now, to bring that question with a great understanding and in a nutshell, my Lord, it's like this. God was always there. God is first, God is last, God is beginning without end, and first without last. God is Alpha and God is Omega. They say in the beginning was the word, yet you can't speak a word without a mouth. So what we is trying to say, God and the word, everything was always there. There is nothing new under the sun. what is going on in prophecy, and some people is reading the prophecy. The prophecy speak the early tradition of Christ, and the rest is more from the Exodus time and all we go through, right? But understanding the prophecy now, you have to understand where some people go tell you see this here and this contradicting that. No, what is going on, the prophecy is written in different dispensation of times. The prophecy is written in different dispensation of time. So it will have a time you get a prophecy with Moses, what he and the children of Israel go through. You will get a prophecy with Abraham. You'll get a prophecy with Isaac and Elijah and Solomon, and it's different dispensation of time. So basing your argument on an understanding, like if it's 2,000 years ago, that was the only time it happened, it come like you're still in understanding the understanding which they call the greater understanding of God. Because, let me bring it like this. Your mother, and father, everybody's brothers and sisters, everybody's children of God. You trace back all of that and see where it's coming back to. Straight from God, the creation of life and fulfillment of earth and prophecy upon earth.
Natural.
So all these different dispensation at times and prophecy we are speaking about, right? It's adding up. It's adding up to what we fulfilling, which is these last days. The book where we're dealing with is the Bible right now, and it's adding up to the fulfillment of Revelation 22 chapter. We now fulfill 13 and 14. The other day we're going on 15 and 16. With the time now, the days are shortened and everything speeding up. Real people go feel his peace and safety, and it go be sudden destruction. And the man said it only taking him 1 hour to destroy Babylon and wickedness of our earth. So when people feel it's a whole heap of schemistic and all like with Babylon I deal with and the pandemic and the new world order and the one currency and all these things, like if them thing is anything for God to deal with, them thing will be wiped away, you know. Them thing will be wiped away faster than you could think it was there. You look and it could not be found. Behold, you dig? Maggie perfect man, for the end of that man is peace. He shall be like a green bay tree and spread it himself, you dig? But lo and behold, he could not be found. That the judgment of the Lord. You understand me? With God, everything is possible. Nothing is impossible with God. So when we understand the doctrination of God and the originality of God, we will understand it's just different dispensation at time of prophecy coming down we living in. But right now, we're living in the C line up of the prophecy we're dealing with, which is the Bible. And we're living up in the C line up of Revelation. And everything Revelation speak about, we see it fulfilling before we eyes at this very present moment. The part of Revelation now, see line up fulfilling in 13 and 14, we're going on to 15 and 16, 6 more books after that. So we don't know this is the end time and the end game, not the end of life or the end of earth, but the end of wickedness upon earth and the end of the wicked also. That ain't have nothing to do to change the prophecy and history, what is fulfilling. The prophecy and history had to fulfill, right? I and I, who is saints of the Lord, have to fulfill prophecy and history. We cannot make prophecy and history fulfill on us.
I hear you. True, my lord.
So,
natural.
To bring this reasoning here in a nutshell about how much time, 1,000 years or what, my Lord is from ancient of days, and he's the God of love, my Lord.
Yeah, man, it's a cosmic understanding, man. So since we are, before we come off of that, as I said, the length kind of sealing up to, I wouldn't even go into too much of the particulars of it. But is there any specific reason? Could you give a comprehension? Why is it that on the resurrection day, I would celebrate it in all white? That's the Friday, the Good Friday, because there are many that celebrate it in black over white to the point like it, you know, and as you said, since '83, so you're treading on the camp. I don't know what you would have seen, how King Emmanuel would have carried out the Good Friday, everything. I know. Volume gone, eh? Yeah, they said dead ear kills. Although I was just gonna take a drop.
My lord.
Okay, yeah, got you. Give thanks.
The man, my lord, called the elders because they know the way, my lord. And the man called the youth because they are strong.
Oh, yes.
Now, God is his own interpreter, and God alone does make it plain.
Tell you.
Right? Now, with the fullness of the double Sabbath, my Lord, it represents the resurrection, which it come like a Sabbath, original Sabbath. And original Sabbath is all white. From since we time, my Lord, it always used to be all white. If Jah call like for a black over white service for a moment, that means to say that is the trend. If Jah do that, now let me give you understanding with the black over white.
So that's what. Okay, yeah, do that for me, please. And you take. Go ahead. Bless it.
The black over white, my Lord, come in when Jah sent the delegation in Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Ghana, right? After when Jah sent the brethren them and they keeping Sabbath down there and thing, and Jah get to understanding the difference at the time and thing, Jah you start to build people to keep double Sabbath, which we start to wear black turban on a Friday and white until lunchtime service. And then after in the evening is normal white. Good Friday also is normal white, like from Friday evening. Normal white Good Friday is. The black over white come in solidarity with the brethren them in the motherland. And the time difference. Because when it's 11 o'clock in the daytime over here and by you, it's 6 o'clock in the evening in Ethiopia, which is the ending of the Sabbath. Right? When it's 10 o'clock in Jamaica, it's 6 o'clock in Ethiopia in the evening. 10 o'clock in the morning in Jamaica is 6 o'clock in the evening in Ethiopia, which is Jamaica is 8 hours behind. Trinidad and by me and you is 7 hours behind.
Yeah.
Right? So Jah bringing that to strengthen back and run powers with the brethren them in the motherland, my Lord, who went on the mission.
I see that.
So Jah start to make people wear black turban over white on Friday morning.
Which is our tradition.
Right? On Friday morning. And Jah start to call it even double Sabbath, which is coinciding with the motherland. Right? But Good Friday and the Friday evening service go right down is all white. That never change.
So why is it that there's this great, move away from that then, if that is the case? Because as you said in 91, 92, and you have to keep the history in context. I know at that time, you may have been in Trinidad. Because it is. A man would argue, well, what I mean, even a man that come after you, would argue and say, well, what I mean, Jack come me right, he come before you and I. But when he make a move, what I mean, Jack, the last couple of Good Friday, Jack is black over white, Jack did wear, which I hear talk similar to that, Sometimes I like to call too much name, but I know if I call name and I lie it on nobody, I can clearly tell you what they tell me.
No, praise.
Jessa said that on a WhatsApp group chat. So I know it was many people. He said it to me, but it was on a WhatsApp group chat with the same concern I had several years ago. And he said his answer was that it was interesting because I gave a long speech, and his answer was that well, the father does put on his black over white. This is just us. And then he came back with a second part and said, but sometimes the man does wear all white, you know. No one can fathom the ways of Jah. So I said, all right, there you go. But anyway, go through.
So basically, no matter what now, it has to have a standard.
Exactly. That's the point.
Which means all have to come.
Idea, I hear you.
I mean, we all have to come on understanding, my Lord. That's the standard, you know?
Well, okay.
So,
yeah, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were just.
No, it's a call coming in and cutting me off there.
Oh,
so, I as to say, my Lord, what we're doing right now, my Lord, amongst ourselves, is plenty reasoning. We're doing, after last night, we reasoned until after 4 this morning. We just reasoned until all after 5. We're doing plenty reasoning. We're doing plenty reasoning to rectify back we self and to reason ourselves to our right.
Yes, my Lord.
Because it has some people take up certain thing and create different to the originality of it. And will tell you it is the original. So basically now, we ain't about no power struggle. We ain't about no better than. We're about building one another to come to one understanding. We must all have one voice. And to have one voice, which means we all have to have one understanding of whatever understanding we're seeking or whatever we're reasoning on, we have to have the right understanding of it. You know? So basically, to say that Priest Isaac, right now, presently, right now, we reason plenty of these things. Even first night we was reasoning the same question where you asked me with the white and the black and the white. We was reasoning all of these things. As I
I'm
tell you,
sure some of the ones
this morning and
I sure some of the ones, pardon me, you speak in parliament reasoning amongst the ones just in the camp there.
No, parliamentary reasoning.
Okay,
International people from Africa all over the world. All
so
over
I sure you have ones in that same parliament reasoning that stand firm with the black over white.
Well, basically, we don't deal with the things so, my Lord. God kingdom do not carry opposition, my Lord.
No, it's not.
It's a man. Pay the Priest Isaac. It's not for a man.
Are you program?
Not a man opinion or what man feel it is, my Lord. It's the right thing we have to make stand. Which means I will now tell you from the reason, my Lord. We have to make the right thing stand, which means we all have to come to one natural understanding, my Lord. The man said in many ways seem it right, my Lord. The end is still destruction because one reason it only have one right. You know? So when we reason now, my Lord, a man might put his understanding or his ideology to what we're reasoning on, but the purpose of reasoning is to gain understanding. So we just try to reason to get the right understanding. Not just understanding, my Lord, the right understanding. So which means now we all go be on the same page. So it's like how God deal, the strong and the weak, that we could all sit in the same seat. That's how God has deal.
So you're giving me the impression there. Just judging from your zeal a while ago, you're giving me the impression that there is just to be clear, there is a unanimous understanding within the body of the parliament as it relates to that issue.
And not parliament alone, the members, we call it priest guard and all, calling and say people changing the thing because Good Friday is all white. And
I know priest guard very heavy with that. I know that for sure. But no, I know, in our respect, Elder. Okay, let's put it this way. It's just a couple of days from Good Friday. I may not be in Jamaica. Am I expecting to see a video from Jamaica and everybody have on all white?
Because you want to know why you mightn't see that? And you go see it anywhere else? Because why? Jamaica, that's joining in the reasoning now and then.
Oh, okay. Well,
Now,
right.
Empress Maisie started that reasoning yesterday, which is in the HQ, and she get cut out and she never come back in. So she in herself get the understanding of the reasoning how we did put it. But basically in Jamaica might be the only place you go see that. You dig, but most of the rest of the place you go see angels in all white. Now it might have other man who holding the same black over white thing, and it was nothing the reason where we trying to have a unification amongst ourselves and a oneness of the order, and they might still want to hold on where they want to hold on to, but that is where we beating down right now. We hold on the right thing, and all of we have to be holding one thing. And that's how we reason we self that right. You understand, to get the right understanding. Not where I feel or how I see it, is to gain the right understanding. In that way now, we're coming back to get the originality of the thing, which is the blueprint.
I get you, man. I get you. Yeah, there's a hymn that we sing every Good Friday there, Hallelujah, the Hallelujah hymn. On the Resurrection Day. They have a stanza in there that says, an angel clad in white they see, who came and spake unto the tree. I got to think, your Lord has risen God to Galilee, hallelujah, something like that. But I just find it interesting, because we sing that every Good Friday, you know what I mean? And that, Good Friday
originally, like from we time, my Lord, is all white.
I hear you.
Black over white, my Lord. That black over white coming from the African mission, my Lord.
I hear you. I was just sealing it up so we could jump off of that. But I get you. I get your vibes. I mean, honestly, I sit and work it out, don't mind I just asking. I sit and work it out. I definitely hold my white. But it didn't start, so it started black over white. But then I noticed the difference, and in fact, it's Trinidad I picked that up more than anywhere else. I said, oh, wait, how come? And I got a reasoning, and I just figure it out. I said, no, man, the white make more sense to me. And I've just been treading white ever since. But I see it become almost look like a checkered board now. Because before we get off of this, the point I was making, before, in the early days, like for example in Jamaica, when I say early days, my guy in the early days, maybe not your early days. So let's just say 2001, 2002, Good Friday, almost everyone, with the exception of a few, would be having the black over white. When I came to Trinidad, when I was there with the my Lord, everybody had on white. I could clearly, distinctively remember Prophet Rohan from Jamaica, holding and next prophet from Jamaica too. I can't remember his name. I think it's Brian or David, one of them two kind of names, something like that. And he coming down with his black over white. And I distinctively remember, because I right there behind the musician clapping, and I could hear when Prophet Rohan said, hey, my Lord, all right, no man, I never deal with that. I will go back and change that. No, I could never forget that. You know what I mean? But that was about, and that wasn't even that long ago. That was like when I was there, like 2010,
them timing this so.
And that's firm. Everyone was in white. Everyone. Now, if you look at that video last year or the year before, it's like a checkerboard. So it's current. I know the father deal with current, So it's a current, so some kind of thing getting, if you're an electrician, you understand some shit some kind of shot out there. You know what I mean?
Well,
then
the truth is, my Lord.
Then hear this, just last. What does touch me too? You know what I mean? And I'm not fighting to say, well, right, wrong, right. What does touch me, honestly? Like from the altar now, you see a person have on technically all black except for his socks. That's where he come to, Not black like a turban over the white robe. He come down to all black, don't cover everything except for the socks. And then the next man next to him have on all white. I said, nah, man, some kind of current. Yeah, but got you. I was really jumping off it, but got you if you want to say last word on the subject.
Basically, my Lord, the truth is the matter is, real people that want to do what they want, my lord. Real people wouldn't come in and reason as one and get the right understanding, my lord. Sometimes a man see a thing, he don't understand it, if that is the standard of the officiality of the thing, and he jump on board with it and will culture you like if that is the thing. All right, length is a standard fast and standard time. Yet, it's a length we keep in yard where we in fast, but we keep the principle of length. Because why? Here why? Jah used to call 14 days, 21 days, or 40 days fast. Jah always used to call fast. So if we know fast before the length, when the length reach, Jah wouldn't put we back on no fast. But we still will keep the length and principle. The length and principle, which we all know, you know? Nothing with
the full thing. Yeah.
Right. No this, no that, all the fullness. That the length and principle. It have the principle with the length. Just to prove like how Babylon people them who eating flesh out there on length they just eat fish. Right? I know who is following Christ. We don't eat no fish on the length. We don't eat no fish.
The opposite.
Because that is the tradition of Christ. That is we standard there. We never create this thing and we can look for the glory like if this thing is ours. So you have to get honors or glory where glory is due unto, my lord, you know? And that's why we want to come with the one voice and one understanding and one unity in all our ways, words, thought, and deed, my lord, sayings and doing, my lord, you know? And it is very important to us right now because we are speaking to the world at large. And when the world hear you or hear me or hear anyone else, they're supposed to be hearing the same thing. One understanding, which is the prophecy of Marcus Garvey, show me a real united people and I show you how people respected any part of the world you go. So we have to be real organized.
Positive.
Have to be real organizing ourselves, my lord. And this is what we're striving to, and also that is part of the road to perfection, my lord. So you deal with the thing once you're striving on to perfection. And remember, business have two policies: to make empires conglomerate anything you want to build, trust and honesty. Without that policy in the business, you could have all the knowledge and anything like that, it can't build. And with God, it had two policies: trust and obey.
There's no other way. So that's
Trust and obey.
That's all right. Yes, my lord. You know, as a son of the Father, is there any moments you could share with us? You know, just like a son could talk about his father, you know. There's a lot of things as it relates to King Emmanuel, not really documented as yet. It's still archived.
Right.
Go ahead. Jump and go.
We want to talk the thing to the fullness of the order and the fullness of the thing, right? Now, in early days, Jah had a freedom wrong when we real people used to go wrong Jah and, you know, come wrong the God, satin, reason, bonnet, chalice, and all of these kind of things. And then after Jah changed that standard, you know, that changed that standard and make cabinet ministers and send word through the cabinet ministers, and the cabinet ministers cry back word to Jah. So Jah changed, like, all right, basically, anything happen, I want to go and complain to Jah or this or that. Now, Jah changed the standard. A man will come in the office, my lord, and ask if he could see Jah or send a word through the brethren them to Jah. One of the angels will take the complaint, my lord, go up to Jah and bring it back to you in the office, my lord. Right? So basically, what Jah do, Jah rise his standard from everybody just running wrong by Jah and complaining, and like if it's a little trend thing, you're going to daddy now, right?
I hear you.
And the standard did rise to that upliftment within we times, you know. So basically, as a man now, when I ain't too long reaching yard, I start to work in the kitchen, you know.
Sure.
And the kitchen staff, every Friday does go wrong by Jah, and Jah does bless the kitchen staff. Every Friday, hold strong and we go wrong by Jah. The Friday evening, Jah has come out and bless the kitchen staff, you know. That's my first personal close encounter with His Majesty. You understand? Now, differently to that, we also see His Majesty when you're holding the East Guard, Jah has come out on the veranda and rock, you know? And you know, see Jah, you know? If it go walk, even though if I ain't believe because I hear all different reasons as the Psalms say, some are sick, some are sad, some are Lord the love they had, some from the world they break not free, some has never found their love in thee. And it's a whole heap of ailment people have, you know. And they also go wrong the God with some of these ailments, you know. So what you seek, my Lord,
that's real, eh?
is that you shall find, my Lord.
That's real.
If you want to conquer, you will conquer it until it's going over the moon. But if you want to suck milk, my Lord, you will just get stronger and strive unto perfection in a better way, my Lord.
Yeah, man, for those who don't know, that's a culture we use, you know. When you come, you know, come to cows, you know, so you don't really take up yourself with the affairs of individuals. You come to get the sincere milk from the same cows too, eh? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From the same cows, but I mean the knowledge and the order and the information and the inspiration there. True, my Lord, give thanks.
And my Lord,
go through.
two things which Jah never do, you know. You see in I time in yard, my Lord, just send down the word and say salvation rise, my Lord.